currently managing the Halcyon Private Limited. This is a consultancy firm. So I have a qualification. Like most important thing is you need to know, because when I conduct the ISO 9000 program, like whether I have the lead auditor qualification. So I'm a lead auditor for ISO 9000, and then on top of that, like in Sri Lanka, we are working with almost not only Sri Lanka, South Asia, and then Middle East. We are working with almost 400 customers right now. So in this particular program, I'll try to give some example, not the inside of the organization, which I can't do. But we'll try to share some experience, examples, not just only the standard knowledge, right? So standard knowledge, I believe you can get it from anywhere, but we try to share the experience. And then same time, we work on a case studies. So you will give your input, and then I can basically adjust. And then this case study will be like, shared using WhatsApp group. So everybody can see it. And then like, this will be like, want to have a kind of interaction session. And then my background, I work for multinational, and then I work for certification body. And then last 20 years, I'm working at Halcyon. Yeah. Right. Let me now. So that's about me. And then before we start the program, right? So I'll go back. Before we start the program, uh, I would like to know about the my audience, like my the students or the customers. We can call it anyone. So I need to know about yourself. Like are you a student? Or are you coming from industry? So, or is it's a kind of what I understand from Shahan is a kind of like mixed group. So, when I select samples, I should be able to select the correct sample. So, if you maybe turn on your mic and like just explain like are you a university student, or are you like coming from industry? You don't need to. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can mention the organization as well as you can mention what you do there. So we can take 5 minutes, and then we'll start with that point. Are you good with that? So maybe you can start like so. Then I have idea about the composition of the team, right? So I'll be doing some sampling example. So maybe 10-15 people. So right now we have about 239. So maybe 5%, 10% sampling. That will give a kind of like, indicator. So that's a part of quality, right? So quality basically like, what you try to do is like you do a sampling and then do analysis or whatever the testing, and then you give outcome. So I'm going to do the same thing. So then the program I try to customize as per the team's requirement. Yeah, let's start. You can turn on the mic and just explain yourself, like what you do, what is your industry, you're just student. So I'll try to understand the composition of the team here. Who's going to go first? So this will be one key factor, right? ISO 9000, when you talk about 9000, communication is very important. So if I deliver this the training session without understanding your need and understanding your background, that will be challenging, because I might maybe overdo, or I might maybe underdo, right? So just want to understand the correct composition. So maybe you can open your mic. See, you have a luxury. I'm turn on my camera, but you don't need to turn on your camera. I hope I'm audible and the presentation will be visible, right? So let's start. So someone can start, someone can need to break ice, right?
Hi, good morning.
Good
I am
morning.
Chamik.
Hi,
I am
Shamika.
from the Quality Assurance Department of a leading construction chemical company. I am working as the QA and New Product Development Manager of that company.
All right. Okay. Interesting. So, you will be very keen on the design development part, right? 8.3.
Yes.
All right. Interesting. So you're actually designing the chemicals, right? Is it may I ask, is it kind of a detergent or related
Uh,
product?
no, it is related chemicals related to the construction
Construction
project.
industry.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. I'm like, so we have worked with several construction related chemicals, right? So like, in the concrete mix, you use those chemicals for hardening and those kind of a requirement, right? Is it?
Yes. Yes, of
All right.
course.
Excellent. 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 So I can take some example related to that. Interesting. Thank you, Chamika. So can I get like, so I got so we have a QA and development professional here. So 8.3 would be very interesting section, design development. Right. Can I get more feedback? So these are called startup error losses. In quality management system, when you talk about QM pillar, quality management pillar, right? Quality maintenance. So these are kind of like, TPM startup errors. So 1 minute. So we have about 257 members. So 1 minute mean 257 minutes. So guys, come on, come on, come on.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Vishmi, and we are joining from Vibe University of Sri Lanka.
Right. So we have, Vishnu, what is the subject stream you are following there?
Yeah, our main degree is food science and nutrition. In the coming up year, we are going to follow our degree under the Department of Food Science and Technology.
Food science and technology. So do you have any experience, industrial experience or interns experience?
Not yet, but in the coming internships, we have to apply for something related to industrial.
Industrial. All right. Okay. Sure. All right. So we have like, the professionals, we have university student who are very thorough about the subject, right? Okay. Let's move on. So can I get more feedback? Can I get more feedback? I need more. I only have two sample right now. Hey, guys, don't worry. Just talk. Nobody's going to judge you. Like, see, that's the problem here. So just open the mic, explain yourself. That's fine. Please.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Rithmi
Yeah, read me.
from University of Kelaniya.
Right.
My degree program is Environmental Conservation and Management.
Right. Okay.
Now I'm a second year student.
Right. So README is coming from environmental conservation, and then, but you are very keen on the quality aspect as well, right?
Yes.
All right. Interesting. So Kalania, and then we have Vyamba. All right. Okay. Let's move on. We do have a sustainability arm, not the Halcyon. We call RR. So we are doing this environmental management and up to EIA, carbon footprint, SCA, those kind of thing also we are doing. But today we are not going to discuss that part. But definitely this quality management system will help you on that. Right. Let's move on. Let's move on, guys. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Good morning. I'm
Good
Shanika.
morning. Shan.
I'm came from Sri Lankan leading glove manufacturing industry as a chemist.
Glove manufacturing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You are working as a chemist.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So is it in R&D lab or is it in is
Manufacturing.
it manufacturing section? Okay. Right. Not medical, right? Industrial?
Medical. Surgical
Medical.
glove.
Surgical gloves. Interesting. Okay. So we know a little bit about that part as well. So we have the construction chemicals. We have like polymer surgical gloves. So that's a very interesting area. Like, when you talk about the surgical gloves, there's a special standard called ISO 13485. That is actually a quality management system, but specifically focusing on the medical device. Shanika, you know about that part, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Interesting. But we are not going to go there. That will be very complicated standard, but very interesting. It's a quality management system, but very much focusing on the medical device. Right? If time permits, we'll touch that part as well. So I got four people. So two university student, two industrial professionals. Uh, who else? Shanika, my background is also chemistry. I started my career at chemist, then moved into other areas. So now ended up in consultancy. I started my career at Unilever as a chemist, long time back. Yeah, so interesting. Right, okay. So I have only four sample. Let's move on, guys. Come on. Any feedback?
Hello, I'm Shandu
Hello.
Silva.
Okay,
I'm from OVLS University.
okay,
Now in my final year, I'm currently working in Dilma Ceylon Tea Company as an intern.
okay. So you are working with Dilma intern, right? How long you have been there with Dilma?
Uh,
As in
5 months.
5 months. Okay. The in QA department in production,
I'm in food technology department.
food technology department. All right, interesting. So the Dilma is like one of the good company. They have very good quality management system, right? So you can learn a lot. So we have the construction, the medical product. We have tea. Yeah. So interesting. And then I think like even Halcyon, we have two trainees from OVLS right now. They are working with our team. So we have this internship program with two OVLS. So interesting. Right. So we have five people. Can I get at least another two, three? So three people from university, two people from industry. Can I get another one? Then we can move on. One feedback.
Hello, I'm Anjana.
Yeah, Manjula.
I work as a quality control inspector in a DC coconut export company. I'm fresher to the
Okay.
industry.
Right. Okay. So you are working in a DC, right? DC plant?
Yeah,
Right. Is it they only work DC or like they go in with the virgin oil as well?
no, only DC.
Only DC plant, right? Okay, excellent. So we have okay. So if I say now with sample, like I don't know whether sampling is wrong or right. So we have about 289 people. So out of I did six people. So out of like three coming from the industry, three coming from university. So can I say it's 50% industry and 50% university? And then, yeah, so I don't know whether it's correct or wrong, but we don't have much time. So my sampling, like, when I take example, I try to take those both example, right? The university, maybe your home, right? Quality management system can apply to home and then other industry experts, right? So anybody wants to like explain yourself? I'll give 1 minute, a few seconds. Anybody think like, you should explain yourself? You are not part of this sample plan? Either student or professional. So for my understanding, it's 50-50. Nobody. Yep. Right. Let's move on. Right. So now you understand the methodology we are using, right? Even though this is an online program, we are going to have a discussion. And then I believe the organizing team open the chat for your communication. Yeah. So you can use the chat whenever there's a case studies, right? So when it's come to ISO, right, there are keywords. One is any ISO standard, right? There are 22,000 odd numbers standards are available. And then when it's come to all the ISO standard, this is the main concept. We call PDCA, plan, do, check, tag. So it can be like, under quality management system, we do plan, do, check, tag. So now we have a team member from environment. So there's a standard called ISO 14001, 2015. So even that standard, we go with the PDCA. So we have a member from medical device. So there's a 13485, but this standard actually related to the previous version. 2006, so it's not but they follow the same PDCA, but the element numbers are different, right? So medical device doesn't go in line with the hierarchical structure of ISO 9, 14, 45, 22. Is little bit of different. So standard has a different requirement, but any ISO standard go with plan, do, check, tag, right? So let's understand this, and then whenever there's a case study signal like this, you can actually do the case study, and then you can use WhatsApp to upload it. So maybe if you're using a laptop, you can type it and then share that information. Or maybe if you're using paper, take a picture, upload into the WhatsApp. So then I will go through and then give a feedback. So then other team members also can review and then adjust the case studies, right? So I believe that's clear, right? And one more thing, the slides are moving, right? My voice and everything is clear to you? All good? Maybe you can use these symbols. So like when I ask questions, so I should get feedback. So maybe react signals are there, so you can use. Yep, yep. Chamika, thank you very much. So I would like to get few feedback. So some people, yep, right. Oh, great. So let's try to do this program interactive as much as possible, right? Even though we are doing online, and then in fact we are not in the same country right now. You are in Sri Lanka. I'm not in Sri Lanka right now, but we are doing the program. So this is one advantage, right? Having online program. Right now, let's move on. So these are the basic clauses, like in ISO 9000. So I explained, right? Since we have somebody from environment as well. So ISO 9000, ISO 14, and then you are coming from very food background, most of you. So ISO 22000, 2018 standard, and then occupational health and safety, ISO 45000. This all standard goes with the same numbering system. We call it a hierarchical system, right? First, we talk about the scope, the reference, terms and definition. So this three part actually belongs to the standard, right? So when it's come to implementation, or when it's come to what do you call the auditing, you can't raise findings against clause number 1, 2, 3. Why? Because it belongs to standard, terms and definition of what do you mean by non-conformancy. So that's the terms and definition. Reference given to some other area. So these are belongs to standard. But element number 4 onwards, it started to do the implementation. So let me just rush through this. You might not understand unless you have previous experience, but just me rush through this. So then you have a overall picture. This standard covers these areas, right? So and then don't worry, I'm not going to go like this method. I'm talking, you are listening. That method I'm not going to go. So we are going to have again switch into a conversation method, right? So we ask question, like do case studies, and then come back. So otherwise, this online training program will be very useless, right? You fall asleep, right? So I need the interaction. I need you to be participant with the discussion, right? So this context, that's what element 4 is very important. Understanding the organization and context, understand the need and expectation, scope of the quality management system process. For me, as a professional who Chamika, you have a question? You raise a hand, or the previous one?
Previous one, sir.
All right, okay. So you can use in top, you can see send the reaction. So reaction, it will come and go. Yeah. Right. So if you have a question, you can raise a hand. Great. Right. So then this context is the very important part. Right. For me, we were having, this is the fourth, I think fourth or fifth revision, ISO 9000. And again, there's another revision coming up in end of next year. Right. So don't worry about that part. So 9001 2026, 2025 is coming up. So don't worry about that. We need, still this standard is valid, right? So when the previous standards are there, the involvement with the top management is very minimum, right? Standard demand top management should involve, and then those separate areas, but the provision for that is not there. But this part, the context, we are going to do case studies, it's basically demanding. So it started to ask question about strategic direction. Say for example, now we have people from the construction chemical industry, and then maybe medical product, gloves industry, and then maybe tea, and maybe DC. So if we ask and then university. So universities as a kind of organization, there are private university. I'm not sure whether any public universities, like government-based universities have been certified for ISO, but there are so many private universities they certified for ISO 9000, right? University run as a kind of like management structure. So you need to think about the strategic direction, next 3 year, 5 year, where you want to go. What would be the like stream, like subject stream now with the AI introduction, right? So university team also can think of this part, right? So when you do the case study, right? So context is very important. Top management should involve. I'll go into detail, and then the processes are very key, very important, right? So we're going to do some case studies and understand this part, context, and then the leadership. So customer focus, quality policy, organization roles, responsibility, accountability, authority. That we are going to discuss today. And then planning. So see, under context, you try to understand the risk factors. Under process, you try to understand the risk factors. So element number 6 started to minimize or like enhance the opportunities. So those areas we try to understand, right? So action to address risk and opportunities. So organization need to divide like decide the case studies or maybe action plan. So today program we are going to develop that, right? And then we call quality objectives, KPIs. So these areas, element number 6. For me, element number 4 is most important, and then second element number 6. And then like to implement all these activities, you need support, the people, infrastructure, environment, and then monitoring measure resource. So the knowledge, competency, because like you can have like different case studies, different people, but their competencies are there. So those kind of requirements. Say for example, now DC plant. I mean, like you need to have a certain training program before you get into the DC, like final packing area. Say same with the medical device, the gloves, right? So they need to have a certain training program and then certain skills. And then similar with the chemical industry, right? Construction chemical industry, everybody can't do it because it's a different game. So you need to understand the stability, structure, right? All requirement, right? So and then mixing time, those are very critical factors. So those things you need to understand, right? So these are like kind of a competencies, and then awareness training. So this up to element number 4, 5, 6, 7, we call it plan. So you imagine, right? This plan contain 4 elements, right? The context, leadership, planning, support are part of the planning process. And then this operational part, element number 8, that is we call do, and then check performance evaluation part is there, and then improvement is there. Right. Now we are going to the context analysis. So element number 4. So when you have your organization, right? Any organization, it can be gloves manufacturing company, it can be consultancy firm like us, it can be like the academy we are working with, can be a part of academy, it can be a university, it can be a DC, it can be like tea export company. So it can be anything, right? So it goes as an organization. So when you have a organization, there can be some influence factors. So it can be internal, it can be external, right? Say in this picture, you can see depend on the employees. So if employees are not motivated, employees are not happy, then like your organization productivity cannot be performed, right? Very simple, right? And then there will be a government regulation, right? Now, say for example, now the minimum wages have been changed. Earlier it was like 17,000 something, and then now again converted into 27,000, and then now again from January again it will be changed into 30,000. So those factors, right? So regulation and depend on the industry. Say for example, now we have team member who's working for the medical device, the glove medical device. So when you're using a glove medical device, so I believe you are using the radioactive to like am I right? You're using radioactive
Yes.
materials.
Yes,
So
yes.
you are using radioactive materials as per like the sterilization process, right? So you're using that. So when you're using the radioactive, so organization basically goes with the atomic authority regulation, But like, the tea exporters, you don't need to go for that. It's not part of your requirement. So depend on the organization requirement, you need to understand. So then regulation will change, right? So those activities. And then you need to understand where your facility is stated, whether it's in the industrial zone or whether it's in the nearby community, like, in the village. So then the context will be totally different. Like, if it is industrial zone, your sound level can, like, go up to a certain level. But if it is in the village or city, then your sound level you need to maintain, and the night shift, right? So those will be like crucial factors. And then your customers, your client requirement, and it will change your competition. And then like, maybe NGOs, right? If you are reporting to the parent companies, right? Like, part of the global chain. So then again there will be changes, right? So these factors are like, we need to study. So this requirement were not available in the previous, and of course, most importantly, so now we have a member from the environment management system. All right. So can I ask this question from you? Do you think like climate change will be effect for the industries? What do you think? Is there any effect with the climate change? I think Ridmi, right? Ridmi is from environmental, from Kalani, right? So do you think climate change can create an impact to the industries?
Yes, sir.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes, right? Say now, if there's a rain pattern change, so we have a team member from the DC Industries. So if rain pattern change, what will happen to the coconut cultivation? That will be a serious issue. And then if the rain pattern and the temperature has rise, right? So what will happen to the rubber industry? Right. So yeah, we are not depend on 100% synthetic, right? We are depend on natural rubber as well, right? So and then if there's a heavy rain, what will happen to the construction industry? Can they perform their tasks? So the construction industry main problem is what? I'm like, the customers are actually complaining. You are not delivering as per the agreed timeline. Chamik, am I right?
Yes, sir. Because of the environmental facts, the drying times and other many parameters can be changed, and it is directly affect to the performance of the construction chemicals.
Construction chemicals. So interesting, right? So climate change is a big part. So like, Ridmi, so even though you are coming from environment background, you have a big role right now in the context analysis, right? Climate change, the temperature goes up, and then in some other countries, like, they limit the working hours, so people cannot work during the daytime. So their working time start maybe after 3 p.m. So imagine, like, you have to do project on time. That's a customer requirement, but you can't use, like, the normal daytime, right? So you have to have a floodlight, right? So that's challenging situation. So all because of the climate change, right? So under context, we need to study that part, right? And then so I'll elaborate more. So when you do the context analysis, right, you can study the legal requirement, legal changes, and maybe a technological changes, right? Say for example, in tea industry, uh, main complaint for the tea industry is like, especially Japan and all, like they're complaining the residual level, chemical residual levels are high, right? So we might need to do a technological like investment on that, right? And then sometimes there's a complaint like, the foreign matters are too much. So that will be a kind of a like negative impact. So customers don't buy our product, right? Main purpose of ISO 9000 quality management system is like, you have to make sure your customers are happy. So if your customers are happy, they will give more business, right? So organization can grow. But if they are not happy, right? We are not getting business. So we have to make sure the processes are in line with the customer requirement. So this is the context. So this is a hierarchical structure. So the competitive, like, what is your competitors? Are they looking at the different product, different market segment? So these are like, it can be like, positive, negative structure. And then market growth. Like, there was a time in Sri Lanka, like, construction industry is actually dying, right? I know, like, we work with a lot of construction company. but the projects and everything is actually on hold. But right now, again, we started to see the like progress in the construction industry. So that's a market, and then cultural factor, right? How our people take up, and then this you can include. I don't know, like some of you will be Gen Z. So we are working with baby boomers, Gen Zs, and different people. So when you work with the different people, like their approach will be totally different, right? Their requirement, expectation will be different. So you can see under 9,000, we are looking at all these requirements, right? Social, economic, environment, and then international. Say for example, like international trade agreements. That's very important for us. Depend on the product, right? So like all these are kind of a factors we need to think. So we call it that's a kind of like external factors. So under context, element 4.1, we need to study what are the positive things, what are the negative things. Say for example, if you are earning dollars, dollar fluctuation, dollar goes up, mean as a good thing for your organization. I'm like, you have to think only in terms of organization. In terms of country, it will be a bad thing, but your organization, you are starting to earn dollars and dollars going up, and then you are all payments coming from rupees. So fantastic, right? But if dollar started to go down, and then if it is a like industry, you are depend on very much on buying the raw material, then of course that will be a negative. So you have to think like that, depend on the industry, right? Say for example, tea, you buy using rupees, and then you are selling in the dollars or different currency. So when dollars goes up, that's good, because you are buying tea from local market in a rupees. You are not paying dollars. So getting more dollars is an advantage for tea industry. But imagine the rubber industry or maybe construction chemical. You have to bring all raw materials paying dollars, right? So and then you can't increase the price for your customers. So that's a negative thing. So depend on the industry, you have to think like that, right? And then that's the external part. You think about the positive, you think about the negative under different categories. So if you're familiar with the context analysis, like pestle analysis, you can look, you can apply that, right? And then you can go for an internal context. Say some organization, now we talk about four organization, right? A medical device, DZ, the tea, and the construction chemical, and the universities. So culture is totally different, right? See for example, now university, I'll take university as a kind of organization. When the lecturer comes, like everybody stand up. I believe you do the same right now, right? Is it, are you doing it? Normally, when the lecturer enter into the lecture room, you basically stand up, right? You do that? No, you don't. You don't do that. Okay, fine. Well, we used to do that, right? So that's one thing. And then when you go to some industries, like the most senior person, CEO, whoever comes to the we'll say the boardroom, some organization they definitely stand up. I believe our friend from DC factory, you do this, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that we do that. But I'm not sure like your the our friend from medical device, the surgical gloves, you're doing this. When CEO enter into the boardroom, like when you have a meeting, you don't stand up, right?
No.
You don't. So I'm like, you can't say which is right, which is wrong, right? I'm not going to say that. But that's depend on the organization culture. See, 9,000, we talk about the culture. Say sometimes like, it is very positive. Like, people will talk, there will be open discussion. So that will be like, industry can grow because of that part. So these are like, you need to understand, depend on the organization, whether your culture is a positive culture or negative culture. So internally you need to study that. So the values, I'm like some organization, they highly value their employees, right? They highly value their customers, right? So those values, employee values, and then their transparency, open communication. Because when you go to some organization, like there's no open communication. Like you're very scared. You're very scared to take decisions. Why, if something goes wrong, I'm like your job better risk. But there are organizations, they promote people to take risk, and then if something goes wrong, they consider that as a kind of a learning curve. Especially a lot of multinational, they do that, right? So these are things, and then the knowledge of the organization. Sometimes, like, knowledge won't be transferred to the next level, so knowledge will be stagnant with one person. There are areas, of course, I agree. There are areas you need to keep the confidentiality. Like, say, for example, in some industries, some particular activity will be done by only confined person, right? Is restricted to the person. That's nothing wrong with that, because if you distribute among everybody, that will be a serious risk, because everybody will start the same production, right? So apart from that, that other knowledge, right? So that will be a key area, and then performance of the organization. So these things we need to understand, like, what are the positive, what are the negative, right? So this is actually, you are not going into detail, but you are looking at a kind of a hierarchical structure. Say, for example, now I'll take Halcyon, because I can't take example from my customers, right? I don't have permission. So I'll take Halcyon as a consultancy firm. So what is our context? So we need to study the strategic direction. So we'll say, okay, our strategic direction is, uh, you know, uh, like, maintain the same customer service level in Sri Lanka, and expand our services into South Asia and the Middle East. So that is our strategic direction. So based on the strategic direction, what could be our context? So in external context, see, Sri Lanka market, like, we have been in the market for 20 years, we know all the legal requirement. But when you go to in the external countries, we don't know the legal requirement. So that can be a negative factor for us. And then same time, we don't know the culture, because, like, in Sri Lanka we shake hand with ladies, gents, like, doesn't matter. But when you go to especially the Middle East countries, you don't shake hand with the ladies unless they offer, right? So those are the kind of, like, a cultural understanding, because you might lose the business if you try to shake hand, right? So I mean, like, those are very minor point, but we need to understand. So these, like, positive, negative. So, right, don't worry how to overcome this. Under element 6 we try to overcome that. And then, say, on the Halcyon, like, what is our value? Customer, like, communication. We don't just, like, look at somehow finish the work. We try to give some value addition, so that part of our culture, part of our DNA. And then what is our culture? Like, it's an open culture, because it's not a traditional office, everybody work in a different area. So those things we need to understand. Knowledge is the key. Right, so we understand positive, negative factors, and then, like, earlier days, people, when it come to work, they will stay at least 5 6 years. But right now, the new generation, you guys, mainly, like, you tend to work for 2 years and move some other places. So those are like positive, negatives. So positive can be like, every year, 2 year you can bring people, but then, like, your experience will lose every 2 years, right? So those are the negative factors. Now I believe I give enough example, right? Can we do a case study on this? Right? Can we do a case study on this? So I want you to, like, wherever you are, maybe your university, understand the strategic direction of your university, and then try to list down what are the positive external factors, what are the negative external factors, right? And then internally, what are the positive factors, what are the negative factors? Depend on your scope, depend on your strategic direction, and the purpose of the organization. You got my point? Team, are we good? Team, are we good? Are we clear? All right. Okay. Deshika is okay. What about others? Can I get feedback? Can you do the case study? So you can select your university. Okay, I'm getting feedback. So maybe your own organization, right? And like, if you have a doubt, you can take your own home. Right, because own home, you can have a strategic direction. And then, like, depend on the surrounding community, you can identify what are the risk factors. Yeah, right. Okay, excellent. So shall we take 5 minutes? And then you can use the chat. I believe the organization team chat is open, right? To everybody to communicate. Organization team chat is open, right? So anybody can communicate, right? Yeah. It's not going. Only admin, is it? Only admin can send the chat, or like, oh no, you can. I just put hi, it's went, right? All right, okay. So use the chat, or maybe you can use the chat from uh, the teams as well. I'm good both. Yeah, shall we take 5 minutes? And already 1 minute is gone. So we have a lot to do. So let's like 23, 9:29. So 5 minutes. So if you have any question, you can ask from me. But I hope the question is clear to you, right? Yeah, let's do this. So I'm started to get feedback. Right, okay. Internal positive factors, academic staff, lab facility, negative, limited resource, lecture halls. Yeah. See, see, one thing, wish me like, any idea about the strategic direction? See, this could be a very important part. Like, sometimes like when we go for ISO 9000 implementation, most of the industries, they don't have any idea about the strategic direction. Like, when you say strategic direction, like, next 3 years, at least next 1 year, where you want to go. That understanding is not there. So this is good. Like, internal positive factors, academic staff, lab facilities are there. So negative factors, limited resource. So maybe you can elaborate what you mean by limited resource. Lecture halls fully understand. Yeah. Right. Okay. So others, now time's up. Team 9:30 now. I only got one feedback. Come on, guys. What is this? Even chat, I didn't get anything, right? No, nothing. Team, you need more time or what? Team, if you don't do these case studies, the program will be useless. Yeah, you are just wasting your time, right? Just try to involve, like, then within this particular day, you decided to spend your time, right, on this training program. So better to get the total outcome. So within the day, you will get a total understanding about 9001, 2015, and when you like, how you're going to implement it. So you need more time. Shamika, you need time. I believe you need time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So we'll wait for another 2 minutes. So again, another 4 minutes, right? So 9:35. Yeah, guys, I'm going to cut down the tea break and everything. You okay with that, right? But if you feel tired, we'll take a break. But definitely we'll have a lunch break, but not maybe not the tea break. Yeah. So whoever who complete, you can put it on the chat or like put it on the WhatsApp. So just understand the strategic direction as well. So I'm getting feedback. Thank you. Okay. Direct strategic direction of the university. Advantages: strong community of UN. Uh, SDGs rank high of in global university impact ranking. Yeah, agreed. Active environmental management and green campus practices. Okay. Improved financial literacy to industry participants. Example, Columbus Stock Exchange. Yep. Very agree because still people doesn't know anything about the stock market and all. Focus on research, innovation, and sustainability in education. And then maybe you can add one thing like research, innovation, and sustainability in education plus connect with the industry. Right now, that the industry and the university research are actually not connected, right? So that may be a kind of a strategic direction. And then disadvantage: remote location, limited access and external collaboration, infrastructure limitation in labs and facilities, resource constraint, challenges, implementation of strategic goals. Agreed. Overall, universities moving forward with the impactful strategies, but overcoming practical challenges is key for sustained growth. Agreed. Agreed. Who's this? Veeratna. Thank you very much. And then Chamidu, learning and research. I believe Chamidu also coming from university background, learning and research opportunities, skill development, career opportunities, career path, career opportunities. Okay, that's positive thing and negative, stress and pressure. Yeah. I like you need to have a little bit of stress, right? And then it will grow, but not too much, not too much. And then limited facility, yeah, social influence. Yeah, no, sometimes social influence are there, right? Are you still going university? You should do some job. Yeah, I understand. Okay, that's really nice. So, Chamindu, internal positive factors, strong research output and publication, external government support or research grant. So, we have the government support and research grant. Agreed. Very good. Industry, construction, chemical, internal factors, positive. So see, I'm trying to use this cross function. So only like people who have explained their names doesn't need to interfere, right? So everybody, there will be other 50% of the industry people. So maybe from different industries. So you can chip in. So you are also like helping university student to learn, right, with your experience. So now they are getting experience, like they come for ISO 9001 training program, but they are getting some industry experience, exposure. So thank you very much, right? So others can also like get involved with that. So the construction chemical internal factors, positive strength, product innovative ability to develop advanced chemicals, admixtures, sealant, coating, whether waterproofing agent. So that's fantastic. Skilled workforce, skill skilled workforce, R&D capabilities, established market relationship, right? Quality control, high standard in product reliability and performance. Of course, you need to have a separate lab and quality control, production flexibility, capacity and manufacture customer solutions for specific product. So this is interesting. And then negative weakness, high production cost, raw material, resin, polymers, additives are expensive. I told you right because of the dollar fluctuation and all, like those are very expensive. So if there's any waste, that will be like killing all your profit, right? Dependence on the import raw materials are import making supply unstable, limited brand awareness, environment and safety issues. See now, having a chemical company, right? Especially construction related chemical company, you are discharged, like how you're going to discharge it, and then the dust level, right? So those are like they are your EPL. You know what you mean by EPL, environmental protection license, right? So that will be like there will be a lot of restrictions are coming up, right? So those are kind of a key area. So that's a kind of a negative area, right? Handling hazardous chemicals and compliance cost. And then you need to do a lot of testing, right? The air quality testing, like dust level testing. So those are additional cost, and customer is not going to pay. And anyway, you are compelled to do that because EPA said like every 3 months you do this testing and then give us a report, right? And the technological gap. Then external positive, growing construction industry in the infrastructure, housing, and industrial growth drive demand. Yeah, right now in Sri Lanka, like there's a big demand for the apartment, right? So that's interesting. And I mean, like previously there was a time, and then the advantage is apartment development is done by the private-owned companies. So that's the advantage. Previously, construction chemical industry very much depend on the government project, and then getting money. I believe I'm correct. It's not that easy, right? But when you work with the private developer, that easy, right? Government initiatives, infrastructure investment, green building policies, sustainable trends, rising demand for eco-friendly and energy efficient chemicals, yeah. Export potential expanding into emerging market. Negative threat, raw material price violating, strict environment regulation, intense competition, both global players and local manufacturers create pricing pressure, economic showdown, supply chain disruption, global trend issues, supply delays. Yep. Like now you can discuss what is happening in the Red Sea. Right. So these are like, if you want to bring product, so if there's like, cut down the channel due to piracy issues, right? So the sea channel will be like different. So you have to pay extra, right? So those points you can discuss here, right? And then Chaturika has said university intern positive factors, specialized academic department, experienced staff, strong student welfare, leadership in sustainability, negative coordinating problems, lack of laboratory facilities, administrative inefficient, academic stress, overreliance of government funds. Yeah. Okay. Government in Sri Lanka, internal positive strategic direction, funding, subsidy, established reputation, qualified staff. Okay, we are getting a lot of into interns, internal negatives, limited resource, overcrowding, brain drain. Okay, interesting. Sachin has okay again university part. Okay, we are getting universities. Okay, right, interesting. So we have a pharmaceutical company, somebody, Darshana. So internal research and development lab facility, quality assurance and compliance, human resource, operation efficiency. In pharmaceutical industry, I think like India is like much in much advanced state. Even in Sri Lanka, there are some pharmaceutical industry very recently they set up, but they hired most of the professionals are from India, right? Naveen, you are not coming from that, right? Or different industry? Darshana Naveen, right? Right, and then pharmaceutical industry is actually highly regularized. So there's a when you bring the product, like see if we want a product introduce and send it to the market, we might do it within maybe 1 year, right? Do the R&D work and everything. But pharmaceutical industry sometimes you might need to wait at least 4 to 5 years. NMRA guidelines are there, so many regulations are there, you need to submit so many reports. I mean, like quite rightly so. So regulatory environment, right? Market trends, healthcare need, technological advance, and global expansion. So, and then so again we have a university. Okay, so somebody from HR, I don't know whether it's HR or a consultancy firm or anything. Internal positive factors, strong leadership, skilled workforce, financial stability, positive factors, yeah, market growth, yeah. Okay, DC field, skill workforce, experience, coconut processing. Yeah, that skill is very important, right? If you see that the DC plant, the coconut hatcheting, we call hatcheting, that's a serious skill job. We can't do that. Even I don't think anybody will be able to do that. So that they are so skillful, right? So that skill workforce is important. Quality control lab certification, strong supply base, yeah, negative limited automation. Yeah, that's a very problem. Like, very limited automation, high labor dependency because people sometimes they don't come like, everybody coming from the same village. So if there's a festival or anything from the village, the entire team is like, taking leave. So that will really impact for the industry. So these issues are not available for that industry, but this is available for DC industry, right? Inconsistent record keeping and traceability because yeah, that's agreed. And then high cost of production, energy packing, there will be so much of fully agreed. Energy losses, right? External factors, growing demand for plant-based and organic product globally, export market expansion with trade benefits, availability of government and international support grant. Yeah, flight fluctuation, agreed. University is again. So we have feedback, food and beverage industry. Okay, interesting. Right. So I believe Everybody understand this concept. You're okay with this? Now, this study has to be done by the top management, right? So this, like, like your directors, senior managers, whoever in the organization, they should sit together. They need to do this hierarchical study. So that this will like basically give you a clear picture about your organization. What is your strategic direction? What is the purpose? And what are the external positives, negatives? What are the internal positive, negatives? So this is a like a very in-depth study, and this information can be kept confidential because standard doesn't ask you to do a documentation for this, right? The standard doesn't ask you to document this, right? So now you have a problem. If you don't document, what will happen, right? Because like if you don't document, you are not going to keep in a kind of like a continuation process, right? So what you can do is like you can document all this information, and then you can keep it with the most senior person in the organization. So when it's come to audit, so let the auditor go and audit the most senior person. It can be CEO, director, whoever, or GM, all right, whoever most senior person will be there, right? So that's one thing. I hope you understand this part. Now we complete the case study. Right now, we go for the second one. Photo. Understand the need and expectation of interested parties. So standard said, okay, look, you need to any organization they have interested parties, right? So any organization there's an interested party. Say for example, if it is a rubber industry, all your rubber cultivators they are interested party, right? And then there's a rubber research institute is there, right? So rubber research institute is an interested party. Your buyers are interested party. The investors, stakeholders are interested party, and then your employees are interested party, right? And if a factory is situated in a kind of a village area, like with the community, then all the community members are interested party. So standard said like under 4.2, study all the interested party and study their need and expectation. Say for example, if you are a rubber cultivator, if rubber cultivator is an interested party, they want organization to buy product from them. Like Central Environment Authority is an interested party. They want organization, their need and expectation is organization to meet all the environmental protection license requirement. That's the need and expectation, right? So that's, and then customer, they want quality, fast delivery. They have a certain requirement. As employees, what they want. So sometimes, like you might think, okay, employees, everybody wants the salary. It's not only salary. There are organization people will be remaining not because of the salary. Like we have a team member, like somebody said, like interest on HR, right? So there are non-financial benefits. So employees are very keen on that part. Sometimes like learning opportunity, or maybe some organization they provide some additional facilities for their children. So those kind of a requirement you need to study. Right. So those are the positive factors. So standard second one, 4.2, you can see this standard, how advanced this standard is, right? So it started to talk about the context, hierarchical structure, external factors. Then standard said, okay, study your the stakeholders, need and expectation of interested parties. So then again divided this into positive, negative, right? So I'm not going to do a case study this, but now this is I'm going to do this. This is very interesting. Determine the scope of quality management system. This is where we have so much of issues. Environmental management. So it can be quality, it can be environment, it can be food safety management system, right? Let me rate this, right? Organization shall determine the boundaries and applicabilities of the quality management system to establish a scope. When determine the scope, organization shall consider the external and internal issues referred to. I mean, it said consider, right? You don't need to write this. Consider the requirement of the relevant interested parties and referred to the product and service of the organization. So, the scope of the quality management system shall be available to maintain as a document. So, this is the first time standard asks you to document information. So, this has to be document. Scope shall be the type of product and service covered and provide justification for any requirement of the international standard. Right now, See, this balance part, after this yellow word, document information, the scope shall be state the type of product and service covered and provide justification for any requirement of this international standard. Now, let me give one example. Let me give one example, right? I'll say uh, the consultancy firm we are working with, Halcyon, our scope, right? Let me go back again. Our scope is the scope shall be state the type of product and service covered and provide justification. So we will say we provide ISO related consultancy and training on this standard, right? ISO 9001, 22, 14, 45, whatever the standard we work, because the standard asks justification, right? Say imagine we want to go for a different type of consultancy. Now we want to expand ourselves into HR consultancy, which we don't have any experience previously, right? We hired a person who has HR competency, and then we say, okay, apart from Halcyon, the consultancy, ISO rated consultancy and training, now we want to get into the HR consultancy and training. Right. Now, I need your answer. Who think I can include that into our certification scope? Who thinks I should not include that? Like it is not, I can't include that into our certification scope. Now, first question: who thinks like I can include like without doing anything? Can I include HR part into Halcyon consultancy work as a scope? Who think maybe you can react if you think like we can include that because there's a tender because like sometimes what happened is like there's a tender. So we need ISO certificate. So and then this particular tender said, okay, this you need to have a HR competencies. So in our ISO certificate, we have our company name, the address, and the scope pretty much related to ISO consultancy and ISO training only for the particular standard. But we want to get the tender for HR, so we hired a person with the HR qualification, and then we try to include that into the scope. Talk to certification body and ask them to come and do audit. I'll explain that part. But I need your opinion. What do you think? Reading this part. What do you think? Can we include that part? What do you think? What do you think? I'm like your honest opinion. You can write, you can just open the mic and say. That's easy. Otherwise, I feel a bit boring, right? If I don't get the feedbacks. What do you think? Tim, what do you think? Diniti, what do you think? Diniti Nadisha, what do you think? Randi, Yasar, what do you think? Kavindi, what do you think? Tim, I need feedback. I need feedback. What do you think? I'm like, doesn't matter. You just say, what do you think? I didn't ask the correct answer. My question is like, can we include a new scope into HR part, into Halcyon consultancy? Can we do that? Read me, what do you think? So I start to get feedback. Okay, let's see. Yes, it can because it will demonstrate credibility and quality, improve client trust, enhance process consistency, efficient. All right, Pinto, like, my question is like, we have not done any HR project, but we bring a consultant, maybe HR professionals to our organization, and then try to without doing anything, we try to include into our certification scope. So you said yes, right? Okay. I see. I think I got some feedback from chat as well. What about others? I'm like, don't worry. You can give a genuine answer. I got new message. We should have a document history about our HR-related projects. Yep, Chamika, yep, that's the point, right? See, no, okay, said no, right? No, not directly. Chamika, not what do you mean by not directly? See, this statement in the standard justification is very important. Provide justification. So provide justification mean I need to show some example. Say at least I need to show one project which we have done HR related training, which we have done HR related consultancy. Then only I can include into the scope. I hope you got is clear now, right? So whatever the product, whatever the services you do, you can include into the scope, right? But not the like forecasting ones. Should cover areas such as recruitment, staffing service, training, development, for development compliance. Yeah, yeah, but if I don't have, all right, okay. So certification would cover. Okay, Pinto, I agreed. So you mean to say the internal activities, right? Yeah, payroll and HR outsourcing. If we do that, so all these like say payroll and HR outsourcing activities. If we have competence, if we have done some work, only, yeah, agreed. We should have evidence, right? I hope now is clear. Now, I'll give another 5 minutes. So this is where we have a lot of the debate challenge with the auditors, right? Sometimes uh, sometimes like they say I'll take engineering company, right? So engineering company, they are specialized, say for example may building making specialty, and then they have a plan to go for road construction, but they don't have any experience developing a road, right? So they can't include road construction until they complete at least one road, right? So this is the importance of the scope, right? I hope now I'm clear. Now, so you can use this product service part. I want you to develop scope for your organization, right? So it can be like chemical construction, pharmaceutical, DC plant, or maybe gloves manufacturing or universities. But it should cover this requirement, right? So whatever you referred there, it should justify. And then most important part is when you get ISO 9000 certificate, in your certificate, it basically mention your organization name, your address, the location, and then the scope, right? So the scope is very important part. I hope I'm clear now. Tim, can we do a case study taking 5 minutes? Can you develop a scope for your industry? Can you all? Can we do that? Yep. So Charmika is good. What about others?
Yeah, sure.
All right, excellent. I prefer to have like verbal communication. Otherwise, I feel a bit boring. Yeah. So next time maybe you can start talk. Right. Okay. So let's take 5 minutes, and then you develop the scope. So now 9. I'm referring to my time, right? So I'm like I think half an hour behind. So 9:59. So 10:03. Yeah. So we'll take 5 minutes, and then we'll catch up. So you can share that information with the chat. or maybe WhatsApp. Both I'm available. Chamindu, you just mentioned the scope saying university, academic activities, support, and administrative community. But this, what do you mean by academic activity? Say, in your university, there will be like, what are the academic activity? Like, so you when you say academic activity, like, medical uh, division is not there. Or maybe, so what is the academic? So we have to be very specific. You can't have like, a kind of an open statement. So if you have an open statement, something like there are 22,000 odd ISO standard. So we are not doing all 22,000. So when you define the scope, we have to basically mention these are the standard, the scope we are doing right now. Right. So you have to be very specific. Right. Okay. So engage in manufacturing and supply a wide range of construction chemical solution, including concrete admixture, waterproofing system, repair and protection materials, adhesives and spread product, with focus on quality, sustainability, and technical reliability. We suppose general commercial and infrastructure development and development cost effective. Okay. Chamika, this part. Um, ma- oh, manufacture and supply of wide range construction chemical. Chamika, just check the chat. Say we don't need to say like that's part of vision mission, right? I included like you have to say your scope would be I'm like it's very straightforward. This particular training program, today's training program scope is what? ISO 9001 2015 implemented program. That's the scope, very straightforward. So it said manufacture and supply of a construction chemical solution including concrete admixture, waterproofing system, repair and protection chemicals, adhesives and specific product. So this should be only your scope. Chami, you got my point, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the scope. Right. Let's see others. Um, Private university offer good understanding and postgraduate programs, encourage practical. So you don't need to this word of a good understanding. I'm like, see, if it is a private university, you need to mention what are the educational streams you are providing. Is it like, agriculture related? Is it the MSc, BSc or diploma program on this particular subject? So that's it. So these things can go to your vision, mission, those statement. But purpose, scope, very straightforward. I hope you got my point, right? Rizal, you got my point? Rizal, have you got my point? Rizal, you got my point, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, excellent. So it's just very straightforward, right? Shanuri, cultivating and harvesting tea leaves through color control agriculture practice, processing operation including withering, fermenting, drying, blending, packing, ensure that the product safety and quality. So this remove this part. Ensure product safety and quality remove. That's not part of the scope. What you do is like cultivating, black tea, green tea processing, supply selection and raw material verification to upload. So those are not like not the scope, right? Warehousing and distribution activities during the storage, customer satisfaction. No, don't go into that. Say Shenuri, your scope would be right. Your scope would be cultivating thing, right? Your scope would be cultivation, and then manufacturing of battery, right? So you have plantation, right? So you're using your own black tea, right? Senator, you are using your own plantation, right?
Yes.
So that's it. You don't need to elaborate this, right? You got my point, right? So the scope is very straightforward. You don't need to worry about customer satisfaction, monitoring through feedback mechanism. Those are not like you're not going to include this into the scope. So the scope is like what exactly your organization does. That's it. Yeah. Sandra, you are good, right? Okay. Scope of university education sector provide higher education, advanced knowledge, and no, like Chamika, you got my point, right? Uh, Chamudya, Heshan. See, these are your vision mission statement. In your university, what are the subject stream you are doing? Right? Maybe agriculture, maybe chemical, maybe bioscience, food technology, whatever. Right? So we provide this. That's it. Right? Heshan, you got my point? And then you are doing research, you include that part. Heshan, you got my point, right? Okay. Dulanjani Priyanka. So you said university education, research, social development, and national progress. So don't worry about the social development. Say what exactly you do. So what do you mean by education? What are the subject stream you have? So go back to the go back to this. Say the scope shall state the type of product and service covered. So university you have service. So what are the type of service you covered? Right? That you need to include. You got my point, right? Priyanka, you got my point, right? Priyanka, you got my point? Okay. Organization on academic learning, skill development, research in business and HR career and student support and building connection with industry and the community of contribute to organization social. So see who has written there? Gunasina, like you just focus on part academic learning. So elaborate academic learning, skill development, research in business and HR career and student support and building connection. So limit to this part. Limit to this part. This is your scope, right? This is your scope. This is what you do. So try to elaborate academic learning. What do you mean by academic learning? What are the skills you try to do? Like is it technical skills, course, soft skills? So this part you can mention there, right? So somebody just write pharmaceutical industry. So pharmaceutical industry, what do you do? Like are you manufacturing? Are you import and distribute? So you can elaborate that, like pharmaceutical industry. So there are different scope, right? So you manufacture pharmaceutical, or you import and distribute. So that should be there, right? And then scope of the university academic research, science and technology, health and medical science, agriculture, marine engineering, health applied program. Yep, and career council. Fully agreed. Vinity, I'm agree with you, right? Yeah, Vinity. Right? Glove industry, raw material management, production process, final quality testing, document and record. Five. No, glove industry, you just say raw materials to a medical gloves, manufacturing and distribution. That's it. Shanika, your scope would be like, manufacturing of medical gloves or distribution. That's your scope, right? That's what should go into the certificate. Then when somebody see the certificate, X company is located in this place, and then they are manufacturing medical gloves. Fine. Or maybe sterilized medical gloves. That's it. Yeah, you got my point, right? Team, I need feedbacks. You got my point? No. Hansika is wrong, right? So university, research, publication, lectures, what do you do? Like what sort of lectures you do? Like, different universities has a different lectures. So what exactly the lecture type you do?
Allah, Allah.
Right? So it said our organization produce circum and pepperine incorporated non-carbonate beverage. Okay? Okay. So that's exactly what you do. Production, right? That's manufacturing. Pharmaceutical is course of quality management covers manufacturing, quality control, packing, labeling, storage, and distribution pharmaceutical product. Yeah, agreed. offering the degree of for food science, technology, and food science, nutrition, data. Agreed. So I think like now you started to get wish me also like that. So you started to get the hang of quality, the scope, right? So others also like you can learn from the chat because chat is actually the public one. So you can see and you can understand your area. Is there anybody send anything on the WhatsApp? Yeah, I got a feedback. Scope of university. University aim to serve the center, excellent higher education research. No, you just research innovation, particularly focus on the addressing socio-economic environment. So these are like, I got one chat, I don't know the name. So it's basically explain your the vision or maybe mission type, right? So it should be very straightforward. What exactly you do, right? So that is very important, right? So it's understanding the postgraduate training, research assessment, extension service to field of, yeah. Agree. I think like now you got the most important factor, right? The quality management system scope. So this is where like you have so much of issues. So now you are not no, you're not in that group. So you know what you mean by scope, right? Let's move. Did the case study. Now, most important part, quality management system process. Let me read this, right? The organization shall determine the process need for quality management system and their application throughout the organization. Determine the input required and the output expected from the process. See, now this training program is a process. Why? There are certain inputs, right? What do you mean by input? Like there should be a trainer, there should be a like the participant, and then there should be a training material, and there should be a like online platform, right? All has to be there, and then so those are input, and expected output is what? Expected output is like the all participants should understand the ISO 9001 2015 requirement when they go back to the industry, and then when they should be able to implement it. It's a challenging task. So that's the expected output. But right, when you have that expected output, right, so determine the sequence and interaction of this process. So there are sequence. See, there are one process you communicate with the trainer selection, right? So there will be a criteria to select the trainer and communicating with the trainer and agree date with the trainer. So that will be one process. And then second, there's another process. Like, they will be like, basically doing marketing and then communicating with the team, and then there will be a payment collection. So there's another process. And then right now, the processes have been mixed, connected. So both parties agreed on one particular day, and then there should be a support service. They basically like the teams link, because like you can't use the public link, you have to have a private link because you have a big crowd. So who's going to organize that? So that part is also there. And then even after this training program, there will be another process like certificate development, signing. So those are part of process. So each and every like step, you have an interaction of this process one by one. And then there will be a determine and apply criteria and method, including monitoring and measures related to performance indicator. Need to ensure the effective operations are control of this process. So now this particular training program, how do you know like this training program is effective or not? Right? So this, maybe you can see, okay, how number of participants at the beginning, and then how many participants are involved with the discussion, how your like chat or communication is productive. If nobody is answering the chat, like the effectiveness is not there. Or maybe like another program, you give an exam and then you can evaluate like how many people can obtain at least 75% plus for ISO 9000. So there should be a mechanism to evaluate it, right? So any process. So I'm taking a like example of this particular training program, right? And then determine the resource need for this process, and they ensure their availability. So this process, you need a resource, right? You need a trainer, you need an online platform, and then the participant, you need a laptop, either you need the phone, right? You need a place to sit without any distraction. So those are kind of a requirement. So those there will be resources, right? And then assign responsibilities and authority for the process. So in this process also, like you had a chat initially, but this chat it was basically blocked for everyone, including myself. And then today it was open for the communication. So and that authority responsibility is available with the organizing committee, right? So they have the authority. So the training program conduction authority is with me, and then after I complete, I'll hand over to the again the organizing team, right? So this is how authority responsibilities goes, right? And then risk and opportunity, right? So this particular process, again there will be a risk, because see, when you do online training program, you have to be very careful about the electricity. So imagine if there's no electricity, what will happen, right? So the where I live, if there's no electricity, then the program can be there's a serious issue with the program. Or maybe if there's a signal issue where you are participating, then again participant cannot understand the requirement. So there can be risk factors, positive and negative factors, right? So we need to study. See, now if we try to do this particular program physically, right, that will be a huge cost involvement, because everybody has to travel back to one particular location, right? But so when you're doing online, is easy. You can participate for this program wherever you are, right? You can get a big crowd. So these are the kind of requirement. And then maintain document. So this process has to be document. It can be in terms of standard operation procedure, work instruction, or process map. And then standard this retained document information have confidence that the process are being carried out as planned, right? So when you do a process, it should carried out as planned. Now, say for example, now I take some example from the industry. Say university, student enrollment process is a process. You need to submit certain document on particular day, then they verified it, and then they create a personal file, then only they issue a kind of student identity card, right? Then you can enter, you can go to the lectures, your name will be there. So that's a particular process, right? Like say for example, if it is rubber gloves manufacturing, so raw material intake would be a process. So they have different raw materials, they mix it, right? And then there's a mixing room, and then once you mix, then it transfer into the other sections. So that's a kind of a process, right? Even desiccated milk, desiccated the coconut, DC, right? So you bring the coconut, and then you do a shelling, you do a hatcheting, and then you clean it. We call kind of white ball. So then drying process. So that's another process, step by step. There are positive negatives, right? Say for example, now chemical industry, the construction chemical industry. So if your mixing pattern is wrong, your product will be totally out. And then if your mixing time is out, again there's an issue. So sequence, everything will be very critical. And the tea industry, back tea industry, that is very crucial, right? Because when you send product into especially Japan, you need to have a kind of a traceability. So those are the kind of a requirement. Those are the part of process map. So people hiring, firing, the technical part, engineering, maintenance, everything is based on the process map, right? So if you want to implement ISO 9000 in your organization, right, you need to develop process map. This is where you spend a lot of time, right? Even in our organization, we have a process map for ISO 9001. We have a process map for ISO 14001. And all our consultant, what we need to do is when you go to organization, we will basically need to follow that particular process map. That's how we operate. Right. Now, I believe it's clear, right? Is it clear? Okay. Is it clear, team? Team, I need feedback. Otherwise, I'm just looking at the screen, right? I feel pretty boring. I need to hear some voice. I need to hear some, okay, Chamika, thank you. So, all right. Okay. So you're clear, right? Now, forget about your organization. Forget about your organization. This is very crucial. Can you make a process map for black tea? plain tea with the sugar. You got my point, right? I want you to develop a process map for making a plain tea. So don't go to tea garden. So in your kitchen, you have a tea powder or tea bag. That would be the starting point. Can you develop a process map for that? And then maybe take a picture and upload into chat or like maybe WhatsApp? Can you do that, team? Is my task is clear? You're going to make a what do you call a process map for black tea making. So plain tea, in Sri Lankan terms we call plain tea, right? So can you make a plain tea with sugar? Now high time to have a plain tea, right? Can you do that? Team, can you do that? Can you make a plain tea? Anjat Ahmed, can you do that? Rasmi, can you do that? Team, can you make it? Chamudi, Akasha Abe Vikrama, can you do that? Kavindi, can you make a plain tea? Guys, I'm not, I need feedback. Guys, can you make a process map for making a plain tea? Right, okay. Rizal can do that. What about others? Right, okay, Shanri. So I'll take that as a yes for everybody. All right, okay. So I'll give 5 minutes. You need 5 minutes? If you do before that, let me know. So now your time is okay. 20. Okay. So maybe if you write in a paper, maybe take a picture and upload, put it in the chat as well. I'll look it. I think so. Maliwadu has sent the scope, right? So I just did a small change. Processing and handling of organic grown coconut into certified organic dedicated coconut. That's it. So you don't need to worry about the control union stand, the GMO guideline, and all like that. So those are internal stuff. So I just reply. Vishmi has sent the Take a tea bag from the container, boil water in a kettle until hot. Place the, where is this? Place tea bag in a cup. Pour hot water into a cup over the tea bag. Keep for 2 3 minutes. Very nice. Remove the tea bag. Squeeze light if desired. Serve and drink. Optional. Add sugar. Right. Okay. So you said like to remove the tea bag and optional. Process map. Making a cup of tea. Start boil water. Add tea leaves. Tea bag. Sleep for required time. Add sugar. Stir well. Pour into cup. Drink in. Right. So now see there's a small difference. Vishmi has put a special step, remove the tea bag. So now Chamudya Heshan at tea bag is there, at the tea leaves or tea bag, and then add sugar. So you are according to your process map, right? Your tea bags or tea leaves there, while your tea bags, sugars are there, you add sugar, stir well, then you pour into cup, right drink. So maybe you doesn't give like the filtration step or like tea bag removal step, right? Chamadya, you are clear, right? Chamadya, am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we need to specifically give that point, right? Otherwise, see, imagine sometimes like I mean, I took one example, tea making process, right? Because like people should follow this. So if person doesn't know about it, that will be a serious disaster. So since all of you are coming from a kind of a science background, like when you do a testing in a chemical lab, you need to follow the sequence. So if you need to remove something, you need to give that instruction as well, right? Let's see, boil water in the clean kettle or pot, add tea leaves, tea bag into the boiling water. So according to Gunaseelan, boil water in a clean kettle or pot, add tea leaves or tea bag into the boiling water. So while you are in the kettle, you are adding tea leaves or tea bag, right? So according to the process map, right? I don't know whether it's correct. Let it brew for 3 to 5 minutes, depending on the desired strength. Add sugar and milk if required, stirring milk. So you are still using the same what do you call this? Same kettle, right? Gunaseelan, am I clear? You didn't transfer the boiling water into something else, right? So you have a boiling water in the kettle or pot and then add tea leaves or tea bags into the boiling water. So you are adding tea bags, everything into the pot because imagine I don't know anything how to make, I just go by your process map. Gunasil, am I clear, right? So don't get offended, don't get upset. This is a learning curve, right? So when you're designing your process flow diagram, it should be very realistic. Yeah? Tim, are you good with this? Right? So you are adding sugar, whatever, everything into the teapot, right? Right. Chalani, take tea bag from the container, boil water, kettle, pan until hot, place tea bag in the cup, pour hot water into the cup. Yeah, great. Stove, brew for 2 to 3 minutes. Adjust strength. Yeah, remove the tea bag. Yeah, so that's good. Allow brew. All right, guys. I think like we are almost done. I hope you are clear with that, right? All right. Okay. So now, so that is the challenging part in industry, right? So when you work in the industry, we need to make sure you covered all the process map, right? So process map has to be there, and then even tea making. I took one example, tea making. Do you think like you want to take another example of your industry, the process? Do you think you want to take an example? What do you think? You want to take example of your industry, chemical industry, tree receiving, or maybe gloves manufacturing, or maybe consultancy startup process. So I believe like this is clear, right? Are you clear? Is this clear to you? Tim, is it clear? You want to take a real example? Yeah, Dulanji is cleared. What about others? You want to do a real example? of your industry? You want to do a process map? Right, all are clear, right? Okay, great. Right, okay, let's move on. So when you have a process map, right? When you have a process map, so now I'll go back to this area. So you can see we complete only element number one, 4. Context. Now you know what you mean by context. You know what you mean by need and expectation of interested party. You know the scope. We have done scope, and then you know the processes. Now I just try to skip element 4 and 5, sorry, 5 and 6, and then 7 also. Like I'll straight away go to element 8. Why I'm going to element 8? Because if you do your process map in a proper way, right? If you do your process map in a proper way, your operation will be pretty much based on as per your process map, right? Pretty much as per your process map, right? So let me go to the do part, right? Let me go to the do part there. So I'm skipping 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, right? So 5 I skip, 6. Now I'm coming to element 8, operation part, right? Here, when you come to operational part, it says determine the requirement for product and service. So you have a product and service. Say for example, now Halcyon, we have services. So under ISO consultancy training, there's a requirement. We have a chemical friend, there's a product requirement. We have a DC, there's a product requirement. We have a medical gloves, there's a product requirement. We have a pharmaceutical team member, there's a product requirement. Most of you are coming from a university background, there's a service requirement, depend on the degree, right? So we need to identify the requirement, right? And then set establishing a criteria for the process, acceptance of product and service. Say for example, student, for the degree program, what is the acceptance criteria? DC, what is the acceptance criteria? Chemicals, what is the acceptance criteria? Consultancy service, what is the acceptance criteria? So you define acceptance criteria. So this should be part of your process map, right? This should be part of your process map. So when you're receiving a product, there should be a part of the process map, right? So this is the part of the process map. And then determine maintaining related documented information, right? Say for example, right? Okay, so training, ISO 9000 training, trainer has to have so many years qualification. Get the CV. And trainer has to have a lead auditor qualification. Get the lead auditor qualification. That's a documented information. DC, there should be a chemical parameters. Get the test result. There should be a microbiological parameters. Get the test results. Chemical, like construction industry related chemicals. So there should be a certain chemical parameters. Get the test results. So those are have like documented information that of course give you a kind of a confidence that the process has been carried out as planned, right? So those are again part of the process map. So when you want to make a chemical, like a chemical batch, so you do a chemical batch. So then after the chemical batch, you check the viscosity, you check the strength, whatever the chemical parameters you check, right? When it's come to a glove, you check the certain parameters in the glove, right? So and then even DC, you check the maybe moisture level. So you check all these things. So these checking has to be part of the process map, and then there should be a relevant person, like in your tea making process. Everybody cannot, like you are not giving the to taste the sugar level for customer, right? If customer said in your process map, if customer said uh, sugar level is not adequate, then you readjust it. So that there will be a repeat work. But initially what you do is like you taste it, right? You taste and say, okay, my sugar level is good, right? So then only you pass it to the customer, right? So customer might say, okay, I need a medium level of sugar, or I need a low level of sugar. So that depends on the factors, right? So these are like kind of a requirement, right? Shall control plan changes and review the consequence of unintended changes, taking action to mitigate any adverse effect, right? So this is part. Organization shall control plan changes and review the consequence of unintended changes, because sometimes, say for example, some people try to do like unintended changes. Say manufacturing process, there will be a breakdown if it is food production, right? Say if it is DC production, there's a breakdown in the heating chamber. So what they do is like, the engineering team will come and like, they do some modification. So like, what you're going to do with the product, remaining product. Now we have a friend from DC. So unintended changes. So this is one example. So your process map should be capable of identifying this. Organization shall control plan changes and review the consequence of unintended changes, taking action to mitigate any adverse effects as necessary. Now we have a friend from uh, the DC industry. Now what are you going to do with that? So if there's a breakdown while production is going on, your dryer got breakdown, then engineering team came and repair it. But certain amount of products inside the dryer. So what do you do? So we have so DC friend, what do you do? And then say what do you call? We have a member from the medical gloves manufacturing. Say your polymer got stuck or got damaged while it dipping. What do you do?
We have going to sorting process.
You're going to sorting process, right? Shanika, you're from the DC
Glove district.
gloves. Okay, so you're going for a sorting, right? You
Yes.
you take the entire process product and do a sorting. Agree. What about DC friend? So is that should include in the process map. If there's a breakage, damage, I mean you can't violate. So when you're developing a process map, all this information should be there. So people should know, okay, if there's a damage, it should be done by sorting, and who authorized to do the sorting? Shanika, who authorized to do the sorting part?
There are some sorting persons, and they
Okay,
do the visual inspections and water leakage test for the gloves.
gloves, and then only they release, right? So there should be authorized process.
Yes.
Right. What about DC? There's a dry damage. What are you going to do? Say, what about Chamika, your chemical? There a chemical mixing plant. There was a agitator. There's a issue agitator. So loose agitator. It's not mixing properly. What do you do with that? And
Yes,
then yeah.
in our uh, production process, we have to check the material, get the random samples and check the material whether they have mixed well, because
Okay.
we are using several techniques like bulk density and other parameters. After
Okay.
that, we approve to discharge. If not, we increase the mixing time, and if want to do any other adjustments, we do that and pass the batch. That is our
Okay.
process.
Chamika, one thing, like, so this is when you have a process map, say for example, you are not getting the SG, whatever the required level. So if you want to increase the mixing time, who has the authority to do that? As a chemist you have, or like R&D development chemist, or you need to get approval from the production manager or somebody else?
No, I has the authority because
You have
I
the
am, yes, because I look after whole process of quality and R&D. I am
okay,
the authorized person.
authorized person. So what you do is like, since you are the authorized person, depend on the time take change, you again change the parameter as well, right? Like,
Yes,
specification timing, you change it, and then
yeah,
maybe since you do the change, somebody else has to validate it, right? Is it?
yes.
Yeah, so that is process. So yeah, interesting. And then I got a feedback. We transfer the material to another oil processing plant, and also we use it to make toasted chips. Right. Okay. So I don't know, maybe your mic is not working. So who has the another oil processing plant? Already you have agreement with the other oil processing plant? So she might need to type again. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. So they have the agreement, right? So that could be part of your process map. Tim, you know what I try to explain here, right? So all the requirement comes under element date to, right? You need to incorporate into the process map, element 4.4. Is it clear? Right? Whatever the things I am discussing here should be reflect in your process flow diagram. So then your process flow diagram will be very practicable and it should be implemented because see, most of the organization process flow diagram they develop and then people will be run the process the way they want is not in line with the process flow diagram. So in this scenario what you can do is cover all the element 8 requirement, the operational requirement, make sure it's included in the process flow diagram and then people should run the process flow diagram. And if you want changes, of course you can do the changes as per the documentation requirement. Yeah, I hope this is very clear, right? So that's why I from element number 4.4 process flow into I came into element 8. Team, am I clear? Am I clear to you? Yep, Chamika, you're good. What about others? Darshan, Navin, you're good? Okay. Ashmi, you're good. Darshan, you're good. So if you understand this, very easy. Okay, excellent. Right, let's move on. Right, so now, and one more thing, I forgot one thing. The organization shall ensure that the outsourced processes are controlled. What do you mean by outsource? What do you mean by outsource? Yeah, so like Takshila's question is the process map same as SOP? Yes. Sometimes some organization they can develop standard operation procedure. So that could be process map. Same thing, right? Even standard operation procedure, you have sequence, you have responsibilities. You and only thing like when you develop SOP, you might not consider the risk factors. So you consider that as also. So this can be the same. So sometimes people use like different terminology, work instruction, sometimes like standard operation procedure, right? So especially when we work with the banking sector, they don't go with the process map. They like they most of the time they have a the standard operation procedure. It can be same, but you have to make sure. See, standard doesn't define anything, right? So when it's come to SOP, you have to make sure that SOP covered ISO 9001 2015 element 4.4 requirement. So if your SOP covers that, then it's done, right? So what do you mean by outsource process? What do you mean by outsource process? Say for example, now Halcyon, I'm working in a full time, right, with the Halcyon, but say we don't have a person who knows about ISO 9000 requirement. So we hired another external consultant, external trainer for do the program. And then if that person mess it up the program, what will happen? Who's responsible? Who's responsible? Only that person or is Halcyon is responsible for that? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think, team? What do you think? Nimesh, what do you think? Nimesh Dilshan, what do you think? If that external trainer who hired by Halcyon is not delivering a good training program, who's responsible for that? Sorry? Yeah, Shamika.
The organization should be responsible.
Organization should be responsible. Imagine in your case, you want to send the chemical to another party, the building construction site. You hired vehicles, right? Third party vehicles. And then these third party vehicles, like while they are transporting, they damage product. Like, they do all sort of like, they mix product due to this, like, handling errors. Your organization is actually responsible. Why? you need to control your third party, right? So this is most important part. So standard asks like, we need to have a process map for this. Outsource process are controlled, not influence. Since we have a friend from environment management system, when it's come to ISO 14,000 standard, certain element you don't need to control. You need to influence. Like, they talk about life cycle approach, right? Say I'll take one example. So when you dispose your garbage from the factory, right, under 14,001, you can influence only. So you select the garbage, like, disposer, collector is CE, Central Environment Authority registered person, and then you get the certificate, and then you hand over that garbage to a person, and then get his report saying, okay, this particular garbage will be disposed in this particular manner. That's it. You are not going to go there and check what he has done because he's a CA approved person. But when it's come to ISO 9001, say for example, if you have a like, outsource activity, say packing line will be outsourced by a third party, or maybe your garment will be dye by a third party. Then of course, organization need to control that operation. You need to send people like say example Dilma. Sometimes if they have a capacity issue, maybe like, the tea exporters, they use third party tea packing lines. I don't know whether Dilma is using that. Shanal, are you using that third party packing?
No,
You are not using, right? Shanuri. So you are not using, you use your own packing facility, right? So
yes,
sometimes tea exporters, they use that. So when you're using a third party, what they do is they send their own QA guys. So while you complete your production, your organization QA people there because you need to control that outsource operation. Yeah, that's most important part, right? So this control, there should be a process map for these outsourced activities as well. I hope you got my point, right? If there's any outsource work, right? So there's a process map, right? And then requirement product service, customer communication. Business, sorry. Customer communication. Provide information related to product service. So how you communicate with the customer? Handling inquiries, contract order including changes, obtaining customer feedback related to product service including customer complaint, handling or controlling customer property, the establishing specific requirement for contingency action when relevant. Determine the requirement of product service organization shall ensure that the requirement of the product service are defined, including any applicable statutory requirement is considered necessary by organization. The organization can meet the claims for product and service it offers. So this part, customer communication, there should be a process map. So in your organization, do you have a process map for customer complaint? Do you have a process map for customer complaint? There should be. And then universities, now most of you are there. So if you're going for ISO 9001, yeah. So Tamika said yes. Yeah, you need to have a customer complaint process. So normally somebody like, there should be input, right? So customer can complain through via phone, via email, verbally. So there should be a collection point and then root cause analysis. All these things has to be part of the process map, right? Say now university, if you go for ISO 9001, good, you are not going for ISO 9001. If you go for 9000, there should be a customer complaint process, right? So the student can complain back to the university. Okay, these are the problem, right? So there should be analysis, right? So that could be one reason university doesn't go for ISO requirement, right? So this is very interesting. So there should be a process map. I'm like again communicating. So process map is most important part, right? So customer complaint, customer inquiry handling, and then product service communication, all these things be there. And then organization can meet the claims for product and service it offer. What do you mean by claims? What do you mean by claims? See, the glove manufacturer said, okay, this is sterilized gloves. Sterilized mean what? No germs, right? So before opening, somebody has checked and say, okay, there's a germs, the microbes are there. So you are violating your claims, right? Say for example, maybe construction chemical manufacturing team will say, okay, within 5 minutes, this will stabilize. So if you can't do it within 5 minutes, that's a problem, violating of scope. So there are like, different kind of a tea there, right? Like, you call it shape up tea. So those are kind of a tea, there's claims, right? So there should be a scientific evidence for that particular area. So that is a part of the process map. Yeah, that's actually part of the process map, right? Then, so that's the claim part. Then review of the requirement of the product service again. Organization shall ensure that it has the ability to meet the required for product and service to be offered to the customer. Organization shall conduct review before committing the supply product and service to customer, including. So there should be review. Requirements specified by the customer, including the requirement for delivery and post-delivery activities required, not stated by the customer but necessary for the specified for intended use when when known. Requirement specified by the organization, statutory and regulatory requirement. See, these are right. Okay. Now, one question: what do you mean by intended use? What do you mean by intended use? Since you are like most of you are handling the food safety, this is very critical. What do you mean by intended use? After this, we will take a like maybe 15 minutes break. You want a 15 minutes break, right? Team, you need a break, right? Now it's kind of loaded. A lot of informations are there, right? Team, you need a break. Team, you need. After this, we'll take a 15 minutes break, right? You're okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So it's fully loaded right now, right? A lot of work. Yeah. So what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Intended use. What do you mean by intended use? So food industry, we apply this. There's another concept called reasonable foreseeable use. Say, for example, now tea, what we need to do is like, tea, basically we supposed to brew it, drink it. That's the intended use. But what happened if somebody like try to inhale tea? That is not the reasonable use, right? So tea, that's why like in tea bag you have a packaging information. You just communicate like, this tea has to be like, drink, put it into the hot water. Those kind of requirements are there, right? So this is one requirement. So standard said, okay, look, like, requirement specified by the customer and then intended use. So this intended use, your process map pretty much direct on the intended use, right? Now, we are coming to, I think, Chamika's area. So we'll take a 15 minutes break. Now, what is the time there? I think 11:27, right? Is it
Yeah.
11:27, right? Okay. So can we come um, within 10 minutes? Can we make it within 10 minutes? Can we we'll take 10 minutes break and we'll be back? Is good?
Okay. Okay.
Right. We'll take 10 minutes break. I'm back. Yep. Just go around and just because you were sitting for like almost now 2 hours. So I'll also do the same thing. I will come back. Then we'll start with the design development.
Hello. Nè bang. Bang komandan. Ah? Akka meeting එක තමයි ඉන්න ඒක සද්දයක් නැහැ නේද? Komandan sir,
Right, team. I think all are back. Oh, we need to wait for another 1 or 2 minutes. But let's start. I think some of you have log off, right? But the advantage you are having is while online doing program, you can have your own tea and you can enjoy, right? But sometimes when it's come to certain point, you need to take a break, just walk around, and then come back. Then you are back with the same energy. Otherwise, it will be kind of boring. Right. Okay. So let's start again. Now, the design development part. So apart from Charmik, is there anyone who is involved in the design development part? Is there anyone who involved in the design development area? Nobody involved with the design development part? Nobody involved, right? Only Charmika? Only Charmika involved with the design development part. Okay. So, but let's see. I think we have a lot of university students. You might join in a R&D section after you complete your graduation, right? So design development, this is the area where you start before your production, or maybe it can be a service, it can be a production before you start it, right? So it's basically said determine the stage and control for design, development, and organization content, the nature during complexity of the design and development activity, the required process stage including applicable design development review, the required design development verification and validation, the responsibility and authority involved in the design development process, internal and external resource need for the design development of the product. So this is very important. See, you can see when you do design planning, verification and validation activity also has to be there. So what do you mean by verification? Since Jamik is there, right? He's currently working with the design development. Say, for example, you are making a kind of admixture, or you are making a kind of a chemical. I'll use the word chemical, right? So that chemical has to have a certain property. You will say, okay, once you introduce this chemical into the industry for some other product, within 5 minutes it should stabilize, right? Within 5 minutes, and then after it's stabilized, it should hold this amount of tonnage with this particular chemical. Or like say for example, if I say okay, you are doing a R&D product, tea product. So when you do a tea, this you are mixing with some other tea or some other material, and then after you mix the tea, you should get this kind of a energy level. So there should be a validation mechanism, right? So those verification and validation should be planned upfront. Now I have a question. What do you mean by verification? What do you mean by validation? Can someone give me an example, or explain? What do you mean by verification? What do you mean by validation? What is verification? This is most important part. Verification is You measured against the specific parameters. Say, for example, somebody said, my strength is this. So you measured against some strength measuring equipment. Somebody said, okay, my product verification is viscosity is this, specific gravity is this. So you measured against that. You verify, right? You might say, okay, color of the shirt is like this white. So you have a color stream. You check against that. So you verify that. And so validation mean in use properties. So like say for example the tire, when you somebody manufacture tire, verification is what? Tire weight and all these kind of a requirement. You say okay, tire weight amount is this amount of rubber has to be there, and the thickness is this tire, you can measure. The validation is like tire once is like used, you can use this particular tire for 30,000 kilometers. So you need to validate that. Right. So say glass bulb, uh, somebody said, okay, particular glass bulb, you can light for like 100 hours, right? But you need to make sure like there's a validation process. So validation, Chatumi said, final product fulfilled its intended use. Agree? Intended use, right? So if it is a DC product, what would be the validation process, right? So this is very important. So when you see, this is still at the design development planning. You are not even start the design development process, right? And then you need to understand internal and external results. Because say for example, I took one example, stability test and all. Maybe you don't have the capacity to do that. So you need to find a lab who can capable of doing that part, right? The tire, right, wear and tear testing. So you don't have the facility to do that. So you need to find external support. So the under design development planning process, right? You need to study all. What are the internal resource? What are the external resource? Right? So this is design development planning, right? The need for control interface between person involved in the design development process. So then there can be like external parties. You might get external resources. So there should be interface, because sometimes like one particular area, when you want to handle one product, you basically get a uh, like design development part from other areas, right? The need for involvement of customer and use in the design development process. Say for example, like we work in the food industry, so we need to make sure customers are happy with our new design product. Say for example, we'll develop a margarine, like so when you develop a margarine, you want to add some chemicals, or maybe like so I'm taking some arbitrary example, right? So you want to have a margarine like with egg pieces, right? It's challenging product, right? So margarine, I don't know whether you have some product like that, margarine with egg pieces. No, right? I don't think. Right. So maybe like margarine with chili, margarine with some others are there. So margarine with egg pieces. So you might need to send it to the customer and see whether the customers are happy about this product. Right. So you need to identify external parties, the customer feedback. Right. So these are still at the planning stage, right? Mind you, this is at the planning stage, right? And then the level of control expected to design development process by customer and other relevant interested parties. So there will be a controls, customer inputs and all controls. So you need to identify. And then we need to have a documented information for all these areas. So this is the planning process. So now I had a question, how related with the mechanical design? Yeah. So just explain me what do you mean by mechanical design? So it's a kind of machine design, right? Yes. Okay. So when you design a mechanical, right? So mechanical input. So some customer will say, okay, I need this product. I need a machine for this particular product. So you are started to develop the machine, right? So the mechanical motion, speed, like and then outcome, quality of the product. So when you started to do the mechanical designing, right? Mechanical, like yeah, the drawing part and the mechanical. So all this information has to be designed at the planning phase, right? Say for example, somebody said, okay, I need a machine to manufacture particular type of soap, right? So then you try to develop machine for that. Right, so there will be mechanical design for that. The soap quality, the chilling, stamping temperature, all these requirement has to be checked at the designing phase, right? Because the product has to be very specific for the customer requirement. So your requirement has to have the same verification and validation. Like soap, there should be a legal requirement, the soap site, weight, and everything, and then validation. So this particular soap will be applied in this particular manner. So the surface has to be this. So all your mechanical design has to be in line with that requirement. So at the planning stage, you need to study that part. You got my point? Is it clear? Yeah. So it doesn't matter whether it's a chemical, like mechanical, whatever the design. It can be like building designing, or it can be like some new innovative product designing. If you're going through a design development phase in like ISO 9000 or 2015, you need to follow all these, right? So now we complete the design development planning. Now we are going design development input. Now we started to get information. So previous is planning process. The organization shall determine required essential for specific type of product and service. To design development, the organization shall consider functional and performance requirement. So under design development, you need to study the functional performance. Say for example, if it is a concrete related chemical product, what is its function? What is its performance? What is the expectation? You need to take that as input. If it is a mechanical drawing, what would be the function? How long this machine will operate? Is it like 1 hour ad hoc? It is continuous, right? So then you need to even go think of the type of metal, right? What would be the wear and tear? So those performance expectation, you need to consider that. If it is a tea product with some additives, you need to go understand that, like function and performance, right? So tea, what would be the drinking time? See, there are some product, there are serious failures. They develop the product, right? And then without studying the eating habit of the particular market, right? Eating habit of the particular market, the like they product has been seriously failed, right? Sometimes like if you import some product for the Sri Lankan market, the way we eat, which is not compatible for the particular product. So there's a certain margarine product, right, that is used for different purposes, but they introduce it into a different market, uh, that actually like the product has failed, right? So they did not consider the function and performance part. Then information delivered from previous similar design and development. Say sometimes, like there are previous design development activities. So you need to extract that information as well. And then, of course, most important legal requirement, right? In such countries, there are legal requirements, especially when you're using chemicals. There are some banned chemicals, right? So mechanical design, if your sound level, like when you do the design work, if your sound level is above decibel 85, right, in your machine, you need to consider that factor as well. Like how you make sure it's soundproof. Say for example, if you are designing a generator, fuel efficiency generator, you can do that under design development, but the sound level, that will be a critical factor, right? So all these requirements we need to consider, right? So I mean, you remember, right? Like, so when you do this design development, the chances of errors, the risk factors are very minimum if you follow the process, right? Standard code of practice of the organization. So there are some product, there are standard codes and practice, especially like say for example tea or desiccated coconut. There are standard codes, right? Potential consequence of failures due to nature of the product and service. So there can be a failures, right? So like what are the failures? So depend on the country, depend on the situation. Since now like we have somebody from the technical background, the mechanical engineering background, so that's why like I asked at the beginning, I need to know the composition of the participant here. So then I can take example. Say engineering background people are, so I believe like there are some people from engineering background. So see, you design some product, right? This will be applicable for all over the country. But if you don't consider like the Sri Lanka, like if this is a Sri Lankan market, you need to put this particular product, like say for example, galvanizing product, right, at the designing phase. If you don't consider like product will be stay near the coastal area, right? What will happen? What do you think? Say if it's a galvanizing or like painted product, similar product will be applied throughout the country, and then even coastal area also you need to keep this particular product. What is the most important thing you need to consider as input? Team, what do you think? Team, what do you think? Say it's a mechanical product, you need to install this particular mechanical machines all over the country. So either it can be galvanized, it can be painted. But what is the most important thing? Because like I give some one hint saying part of this product you need to like install in a coastal area as well. Like coastal areas mean close to the sea. What do you think? Now what do you think? What do you think? Under design development input, what are the things you need to consider? Yeah, corrosion, right? Corrosion. So the corrosion is pretty much galvanizing one. Yeah, corrosion. So now I'm talking to you, right? So the engineering terms. So corrosion. So the thickness, galvanized thickness is very important. So maybe like upcountry, other areas, Anuradhapura and all the other areas, because galvanizing thickness is very important. That's where your all cost goes, right? So if you increase the thickness, again, there will be a loss for the organization, right? So at the designing phase, you need to understand, okay, coastal area, my galvanizing thickness or paint thickness has to be this amount, right? But other areas, I don't need to go into that. So design and development input has to be into that level. You got my point, right? So otherwise, what will happen? Your part of your product will be success within the country, but the product within the coastal area will be a serious failure, because again you need to reinstall everything. And then imagine like if you are doing within the warranty period, that will be a huge cost for your organization. I hope you got my point, right? Right. So same with the chemicals, right? So depend on the temperature. Say sometimes like you might do a study chemical like settlement time with this particular temperature, and then when you go into up country with the same chemical, settlement time will be different, right? You might need to consider all these factors as a design development input, and then we need to actually document this information, right? So just stop me and ask like if there's any question, because normally most of the people like eliminate design development part. Even I don't think Dilma, maybe they don't have this design development in the ISO scope, right? Because if you don't have design development, you can't include even we are being certified for 9001, but design development part is not included us. Why? Because we are not design and development any standard. Why? What we do is like basically we use the standard, study, train, and then help customers like doing the consultancy using the developed standard. We are not so design development is excluded for us as well, right? And then design development control, verification activities. So we actually need to verify are conducted to ensure that the design and development output meet the input required. So output and input required measurement, and then validation activity are conducted to ensure that the results in products and service meet the requirement for specific application or intended use. Any necessary actions are taken to problem determining during the review or verification validation activity. Documented information, these activities are related. So there's a small note given there. Design development control. Design and development review, verification and validation have distinct process. They can be conducted separately or in any combination as is suitable for product and service of organization. So this design development control activity, right? So this is very important part, right? Say for example, now in garment industry, they do a lot of design development. So so they do like wearable trials, washing trials, just to validate this design development process. Right, chemical industry, we do a lot of chemical design development, and then even mechanical design. Like we have to do trials like input, output, variable experience. All these things part of the requirement. Right. Say for example, imagine you do a mechanical design and drawing. You say, okay, this machine can be run 24/7 for this amount of time, and after 1 week, customer complaint, machine has got stuck. Then it's our problem because we have not done the design development in proper way, right? So this is one area. So we need to have a design development. All information has to be documented. You can see the first few elements which you have done in ISO, they are not very much focusing on the documentation part. But here under design development, everything is documented, right? So then design development output, the organization shall ensure the design development output meet the required input requirement, are adequate for subsequent process for provision of product and service, including reference, monitoring, and measuring requirements as appropriate and accepted criteria. Specify the characteristic of the product and service that are essential for their intended purpose and they are safe and proper provision. So this again retained document. Reference, monitoring, and measuring requirements. So this is as output. Say for example, you develop a chemical product and then you need to have like reference material. So okay, similar products are there, we did a external lab testing, and then this product has meet all the requirement. Mechanical drawing is done, we did a like a small lab scale trial, and it basically appeared all the results, right? So those requirement has to be there as output, and then we need to maintain documented. And most important, design development changes, right? Design development changes, results of review, authorization of changes, action taken to prevent adverse impact. So sometimes you agreed on a design development process to do all this stuff. And then all of a sudden somebody said, okay, can we change the ingredient? Because there's a low cost ingredients are coming up. So after you complete entire design development part, somebody said, okay, similar chemical compositions are there, similar mechanical compositions are there, can we replace this? Say in mechanical, somebody said, okay, can we replace this the low capacity motor, because we can save some energy, because customer wants energy saving. So now what are you going to do? Somebody said, okay, this particular supplier has this chemical, you have done all the trials using that chemicals, and then all of a sudden somebody said, okay, let's replace this a different supplier. Mechanical, somebody said, okay, these motors are there, you have capacity, you identify the supplier, then somebody said, okay, let's reduce the motor capacity, wattage, right? Then it can save energy. Now what are you going to do in this scenario?
We can't directly replace it because we have to redo the trials and
Yes.
evaluate and validate the product.
Yeah, Shamika, you are fully agreed, fully with you. Because if you replace, it can be same chemicals, but chemical impurity level or whatever there can be some difference, right? So you can't just replace it, right? So this can happen. This can happen, right? If you have a proper process for design development, then people cannot like put this kind of a scenario. No, no, we can cut the cost. I'm like, now I've identified a supplier. But you have always gone through the entire process. So that's why standard said, look, authorization of changes. Who has the authority to change? Right. So we notice, like we experience, there are so many research R&D project has failed because last minute somebody is not there in the process, try to do some moderation, take shortcuts. What about the mechanical part? Like somebody said, okay, machine capacity is this. Okay, can we reduce it? What do you think? I think like Banaka's uh, connection phone is not. I mean, like the mic is not working, right? That's why you basically type. What about somebody said like, okay, machine capacity, change the machine capacity. What do you do?
It is also cannot be done because it change the process parameters, and it can leads to the changes in the final performance of the product also.
Yeah, there are changes because sometimes after you complete everything, people will say, okay, look, we can get rid of one motor. We use the pulley and we'll run with the single motor without having two motors. So he is only focusing on the energy saving part, right? But at the design and development stage, you focus on the sustainability, you focus on the product output, machine reliability, long term running, everything. But in this scenario, like he remove one motor and then use a pulley system to replace with run the machine with one motor. But then your output durability, there will be serious issues. Right. So there will be some changes. Of course, I agree. There will be some changes because sometimes when you do a trial with one particular product, one particular material, or one particular team members, so all of a sudden, there can be some changes. So there should be a process for that as well. So design development changes. Who's going to authorize those changes? Right. So and then we need to study the adverse impact. So these things has to be documented. So design development is very important part, right? So I hope I'm clear on this. So design development 8.3, this is pretty much another standard, right? So we need to have separate set of documentation starting from design development plan into output, right? It's another standard. You agree with me? You have any question on the design development part? You good?
Not maybe.
Chamika, you're good, right? All others? Chamika, good. What about others? Ankati badegi nida. So others good? Guys, I need feedback. නැත්තම් මට කම්මැලි මෙතන. So I'm looking at the screen, right? Right, okay. So I'm getting feedback. Guys, I need feedback. Come on. Only two feedbacks. What is this? Okay, let me. Thank you. Who else? Who else? I need more feedback. Okay, Dinity, thank you. Right, okay. Right, oh, good. Let's move on now. Right. So now this is another important part. Control of externally provided process, product and service. We discussed this, right? Determine and apply criteria for evaluation, selection, monitoring, performance, evaluation, external providers. See, the earlier ISO 9000 2000 version, previous version, we talk about the supply evaluation. But right now, this standard said, okay, determine the external service provider. So this is also a process map. Element 4.4. See, if you want to outsource activity, we took one example. Now, Charmika has to transport product to a customer. So, how he is going to select the external transport provider? As per this, there should be a process map. How we are going to evaluate? How we are going to select the transport provider? How we are going to monitor transport provider's performance? And then how we are going to reevaluate? That's simple. So we have a friend from mechanical engineering team. So you might need to get a service of mechanical engineer. You don't take chartered mechanical engineer. So how you can get that service from him? How you going to select that particular person? Or maybe you don't have a lathe workshop or CNC workshop. So to do your mechanical work, you might need to get a CNC workshop, support. So how are you going to select the CNC workshop? How are you going to measure the effectiveness of the CNC workshop? So this should be part of your process map, right? So whatever the external service providers, we need to maintain the process map covering all the requirement, and then this had to be maintained as the documented information. You can see the written documented information has to be there, right? So all your external service providers. So right now, a lot of organization now they are going for a service providers. Say for example now, finance, right? Sometimes finance they exclude from the ISO system. That's fine, but your payment, your salaries are done by a third party. Yeah. So when your salaries and everything is done by third party, so there should be a process to select your service providers. right? And then sometimes a lot of organization warehousing is done by a third party. So how do you select the warehouse service provider? Maybe a transport provider. So these are critical, right? So this is one external providers. And then type and extent of controls. So ensure that the external providers process remain within the control of quality management system. So it says control, right? Not influence, control. ISO 14,000, yes, influence, but this is a control, right? Define both controls and intended to apply on external providers and those intended to apply the resulting output, right? So take into consideration the potential impact of the externally provided process, product and service on the organization ability to consistently meet customer and applicable statutory regulatory requirements. Now, I have a question. Now, say for example, uh, I have a manufacturing plant. I manufacture, we'll say, ABC product, right? And then I basically market under my company. There's a D product. Yeah, there's a ABC manufactured, marketed under my company. And there's a D product only manufactured by the third party. But that's under my name, our company name. But right now, I want to go for ISO 9001. Listen carefully, ISO 9001. Do you think auditors will check the third party who is manufacturing the product D? And if yes, what they're going to check? Shall I repeat the question again? You want me to repeat it? Guys, you guys are very silent. No? Huh? The team is very silent. Why is that? How can I make you talk? Team එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ ලැජ්ජයිද? How can I make you talk? So you want me to repeat the question? Oh, you got it. Okay, repeat it. Okay, fine. See, I have a company. So we manufacture three products, A, B, C, under our premises, right? And then there's a D product that is also belongs to our organization, same our organization, but we are not manufacturing. We are using a third party to manufacture it in a different location. It's a different company. And but that product belongs to us. Our name is there in the product, but manufacturer as a manufacturer we can include their name, right? But now we are going for ISO 9001, so I need to include as a scope. Now you know the scope. Product, these three product and the other D product, four products I need to include in the scope. Now my question is, uh, ISO auditors, are they definitely they will look into my process, and then are they going for a third party because it's outside my organization? They have a separate director board and all, like different business entity. Are they going to go for that particular organization? First question, yes or no? If it is yes, what are the things they are going to check? I hope my question is clear.
I think they usually don't go for the premises, but they check that we have evaluated the third party process, like some kind of audit. So these types of evaluation which we have done for the third party process.
Third party, right? So according to you, Chamika, like that the fourth product, ABC fine quality system is there. Fourth product, you mean to say auditors will check whether the manufacturing place has been evaluated by us, right? Then if you have the report for that, that would be enough, right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Right. Okay, that's fine. And then Johan said they will check the product quality and the safety. Johan, can you elaborate? What do you mean by product quality? What do you mean by safety? ඕකනේ බැරිනේ උත්තරයක් දුන්නමත් එක එක වහනවනේ තව. Right? So what do you mean by product quality and safety? So I think Johan is referring to the product demanufacturing third party, right? Yeah. What else? What do you think others? What do you think? What about others?
I think they check the agreement, contract, and the bonds between our company and third party company.
Company. So you don't think they will visit the place, right? The auditors doesn't need to visit the place, right? What do you
Internal
think?
audit.
Yeah, so they are happy with the internal audit report. That's it, right? They are not auditors doesn't want to visit the place, right? So I mean, don't worry whether it's correct or wrong because we need to discuss. Like I just need to know what you think. No, they look at the process used by us for the product D. Okay, do not visit the place. Agreed? Yeah, that's fine. Chamidu said no. They will check the product quality and safety. Okay. What about others? Can I give one more feedback? One more feedback. This is actually a real life scenario. So can I get one more feedback? Can I get one more feedback? So company manufacture ABC product within the our own company promises, and there's a D product belongs to us, manufactured using a third party, and then our company try to go for ISO 9001. My question, uh, whether like auditors want to visit the site, the third party site, or like what if they visit, what they're going to check. So can I get one more feedback? One more feedback. Can I get one more feedback? So what do you mean by technology they use? So you mean to say they will go and check the technology they use, right? Okay, right. See, this is actually a real life scenario. See, in this space, legal requirement. So the auditors need to understand the second third party who's manufacturing D is a legal business entity. Imagine like you are using a third party which they don't have an environmental protection license, or maybe they are violating environmental license, then they manufacture product on behalf of you. What will happen if there's a CE started to go and blacklist that particular manufacturing? What will happen? Binesh, you want to say something? What will happen? What do you think? Somebody is manufacturing some product on behalf of you, but it's not a legal accepted place due to environmental issues. What will happen? What will
It's
happen?
directly affect to our brand name.
Definitely. See, that's why Nike and all like they are very very particular. You have seen some videos and all. So in Pakistan, not in Sri Lanka, some other countries they use child labor, and then they saw the Nike brand is there, right, with the child labor. It's a violation. So that really affect. I mean, Nike doesn't use the child labor, but the product was Nike. Somebody else using child labor to manufacture the Nike product, right? So then that's a big issue. So under ISO 9000, you can see read this. The auditors are very particular. Like what you said was correct. They check all the agreement, they check whatever the audit report, the evaluation report, plus they need to understand this particular organization adhering to all the legal requirement in the country, right? So that can be done using a visit or maybe a document review. But auditors, we have to make sure that particular organization is legal approved organization. You got my point, right? Yeah. So this Chaitya has given a feedback. So this particular incident, what I mentioned, auditors decided to visit the place, right? They got the document, but they are not happy. They decided to visit the place because they have right, because that product is there in the scope, right? So they are certified. So when they visit the place, place is actually not meeting any the factory ordinance requirements as well as environmental protection requirements, right? So there's a serious violation. So then auditor said, okay, either you change the entire thing if you and then come back for the second audit, or otherwise you exclude this particular product and go ahead with the certification for only that particular three product, right? So these are scenarios. There's real life scenarios. So you might need this incident because when you design this third party, just first thing make sure they are legal third party, right? Because sometimes there will be like especially the environment related areas there can be some issues, right? Right. Then control of, so you have to have a process map. Huh? You have to have process map, SOP, whatever covering these requirements. So we are still at 4.4, but touching element 8, right? Control of product and service provision. Now back to your production. Availability of documented information and that define the characteristic of the product to be produced, the service of the provider or the activity of the perform, the results to be achieved, the availability and use of suitable monitoring and measuring resource, the implementation of monitoring and measuring activities appropriate, stages to verify that the criteria of the control process or output acceptance criteria for product and service have been met. What do you mean by this? What is this element talk about? What is this element talk about? What do you mean by this? Characteristics of the product, results to be achieved, suitable monitoring. What is this? This product
Quality assurance,
specification. Sorry, Shamikar.
quality assurance process.
Quality assurance process, right? Product specification. It has everything, right? Your chemical, what is the SG value? What is the equipment you are going to use? Right? What is the mixing time? So all these things, so they are part of it, right? So this is control of product and service provision part. And then it says this is the other important part. The suitable infrastructure and environment for operation. Say for example now tea. There should be a suitable operation for tea manufacturing. You can't have open air. And then if you take the construction chemical, you have open air. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But tea can't manufacture in the similar environment, right? And then same with same with the medical device. So medical device control environment is even much tougher than the food requirement. We call clean room condition, right? Clean room condition 1, 2, 3 is there. So who's uh, Shani, right? From the medical device, the gloves.
Yeah.
So you have a clean room condition, right?
Yes.
So clean room condition 1, 2.
I think one.
One. So I think like others are not familiar with the medical device, right? So we since we have a lot of people from food industry. So we have tea, we have DC and all, and in the pharmaceutical industry also there are someone. So the chemical room, clean room condition, in food, what we were very particular about the microbe content. But when it's come to a medical device clean room condition, we are very concerned about the dust particle level as well. Right, so there's a certain limit, the particle levels. So you can't have normal walls. right? It's a special walls you need to have, kind of plastic kind of walls has to be there because dust accumulation is not there. So those are kind of a requirement we need to talk about, right? So these are like these are infrastructure environment requirement. So depend on the product. So the chemical areas, he doesn't need to worry. Like basic factory ordinance requirement is good enough. Doesn't need to have a control environment, covered environment, high hygiene, hand washing. You don't need that. But others, of course, food environment, you need that. So then competent person, including required qualification. So there should be a required qualification. If it is chemist, what are the required qualifications? So 1 year, 2 year, 3 year plus required. And if you go for like 70025 accreditation, you need to have like at least when you sign off 3 year plus experience. So those are requirement. And then you talk about the post delivery activities, right? So this is control. So these are part of the process map, right? 4.4. So mind you, element 8 can be covered using 4.4. So most people like doesn't consider this part, right? Then the traceability. So backward forward traceability. So when we do go for an organization, if you identify that organization has a traceable system, then your 60-70% of the quality management system is actually covered. Say for example, now I have a water bottle in my hand. Where's the expiry date? So bottle said manufactured on 20th 8 2025. The time is 2102, right? So the I don't think you can see it. No, you can't see it, right? So this is there. And then so this particular water bottle has only that information only. Yeah, nothing else. So with that information, they should be able to trace back, right? So if this water, like, what is the bore well? What is the bore well number? What is the storage time? What is the packing machine? And where's the test report? Everything should be able to trace back. Right? If you can't do that, then there will be a serious issue. What about your areas like chemicals, the DC, medical device, the gloves, and the pharmaceutical? Do you think like you have a good traceability system? Have you done any traceability study? Have you done traceability studies?
Yes, we mention the batch number
Mm-hmm.
of each and every batch, and also the manufacturing date and the best before use date.
Okay.
And we internally use some kind of batch sheets mentioning the all the which relevant to the batch number. Each and every batch number has a batch sheet, and it
Okay.
includes all the information such as raw materials, quantity, and also the what is the machine start time and the end time of the machine, and all the details are in the one page, and we can trace about all the details regarding the product batch number.
So you are mean to say you have a batch sheet. Using the particular batch sheet, you covered everything, right?
Yes.
That will be there. Excellent. So what about the T and DC part? How do you go back the traceability? So they have one sheet. So this very interesting. Even printing industry, they use this. Is I don't know anybody from printing industry. So they call batch docket, right? So they have a kind of a docket. So it has all the information. So when you take out that particular docket, if there's a customer complaint for that related to that particular printing, you take the docket, like you printing time, printing machine, ink consumption, who approved, the approved sample, like everything is there in that particular docket. Very easy, right? It's very easy. What about T and DC industry? Maybe pharmaceutical, or maybe our mechanical friends. How is your traceability, backward traceability? How's your backward traceability? T T team, DC team is not there. See, why I took one example is DC. Of course, you can't keep it under storage. I mean, like the coconut powder, like is a dried, and then you need to pack, right? So you maintain. But imagine the virgin coconut oil. Oh, maybe coconut oil. So you have a storage tank. You do expelling. I mean, like you extract the oil and you transfer it to the storage tank. So you do it today and then you do it like 1 week, 2 week, and then you do a packing, right? So then there can be 5, 6 days products are mixed, right? You are not emptying entire tank. Again, next day there will be more coming up. So you don't know like which is gone into the packing line. So 5, 6 products were there, right? Maybe like 1 month related products were there unless you go for a zero and then start from the beginning. So there are areas, there are product type even in Sri Lanka. The traceability is kind of challenging. So the virgin coconut oil or maybe a coconut oil, it will be a challenging thing because you keep everything in one place, and even rice mill, the silo, you keep rice in the silos, right? So if you are taking entire silo, that's fine. But if you take part and then again you top up, that will be the challenge. So depend on the industry, you actually need to do the traceability study, right? So if you do this, then that will be very important. So in this standard, we are not going for a forward traceability and mock audit, but when it's come to a like food safety standard, of course they will ask backward traceability, forward traceability, and mock audit. Forward traceability means like you go up to your distributor and check whether the what are the remaining quantities. So it's a silence mock study. So that part we need to check, right? So this is traceability, and then property belongs to customer and external providers. So who has property belongs to customer? What do you mean by property belongs to customer? Say, for example, if I give my vehicle to repair, so we'll say there's an engine repair, right? I'll give to a garage, and then you ended up with your windscreen got damaged. What do you think? What do you think? Or maybe there's a dent in the vehicle's body. What do you think? Guys, I need feedback. නැත්නම් මට කම්මැලි හිතෙනවා. Guys, I want you to talk. So what do you think? What do you think? Guys, what do you think?
Can you repeat, sir?
Right. See, now I have basically my vehicle, say a bike or whatever bike or car, I'll hand over to the garage to do a mechanical repair. So it ended up with the issue with the side mirror, or issue with the dent of the tank, or maybe a windscreen damage. So what do you think about it? So you hand over that particular vehicle to do a certain work, is a mechanical work, but they repair it, but you ended up with some other problem, maybe vehicle body dent or like damage in windscreen. So what do you think about that part? So I'll take very easy example. You give your shirt to a iron, to a laundry, and then they damage, they burn the shirt. So now what are you going to do with that? What is the laundry's responsibility?
We can raise a complaints as a customer
You can raise a complaint. Why? Because, yeah, Shanika, yes, please go ahead.
because they have not um they have damaged my things previously what I gave them.
Yeah, of course, you can ask for a claim, right? You can ask for a similar shirt. Get me the similar shirt. Because see, this number, property belongs to the customer and external providers. So the organization shall exercise care with property belongs to customer or external providers while it is under the organization control or being used by the organization. Right? The organization shall identify, verify, protect, and safeguard customers, external providers' property. So your shirt, your frock, whatever, oh sorry, it can is your property, not their property, right? Is your property. So they can't damage because you have given them to iron it. Right? So their job is to iron and give the product back, not damaging. Right? So this ISO 9000 talk about this. But I don't think uh, most of you are not dealing with customer property, right? So construction industry chemicals, I don't think you are dealing with custom property. Uh, the gloves, I don't think there's no customer property. Tea, there's no customer property. What else? DC, there's no custom property, right? Yeah. Am I right? There's no customer property, right? None of these areas. But there can be something like, if customer give you a design, say chemical design belongs to particular customer, they will say, okay, this is my intellectual property. This is the mixing time, mixing product, mixing chemicals. You can mix it and then sell it under our company name. So that is again that specification become a customer property. Chamika, you got my point, right? So not only the physical matters, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, not only the physical matters, the specification or design document can be part of the intellectual property, right? Customer property. So we need to have a proper mechanism, right? So these has to be documented information. There's a note: customer or external providers property can include material, component, tools and equipment, promises, intellectual property, and personal data. This is very critical, right? Say when you go for a hospital, you give all your personal data. So that's our customer property. So the hospital cannot sell those information to the insurance company. You got my point, right? Is again the Data Protection Act. There's a legal requirement also there. Right, that's my personal property. So if I give my credit card, that card information cannot be shared with anybody else. Yeah. So these are kind of a requirement. So if you are using a customer property, you need to have a process for this. But if you don't have a customer property, you can exclude this. Yeah. You can exclude this. You know what you mean by exclude. If you are not practicing it, you can exclude. And design development also, if you are not practicing, you can exclude it, right? Then changes. Again, you can see the changes, right? The organization shall review and control changes for production or service provision, the extent necessary to ensure continual conformity of the requirement. Organization shall retain documented information describing the results of the review of changes. The persons authorized in the changes and any necessary action arising from the review. So, if somebody said, okay, order, there will be order level, like I need to have this amount of product, this quality, this timeline, then somebody will reschedule the orders. No, I can you change the quality of the product. So then there should be authorization, right? Maybe date change, there should be authorization. Like, say now this training process, I can't change the date, I'm not authorized for that. So that only authorized by the team, organizing team, right? So if there's a changes, I should communicate with them, and then they will take the decisions and communicate with the team members. If you want to do some changes, again the similar process. So changes, this is also we need to have a process for that, right? Right now, release of product and service. So I think, like, everybody follow this. Like DC, how you release? Gloves, how do you release? Chemical, how do you release, right? Even university teams are there now. You feel like you are neglected. No, you are not neglected, right? So you are how you release to the next year depend on the results, right? So product release services, right? So there should be a documented process for that, right? There should be a see last part that the yellow color evidence of conformity with the accepted criteria, traceability to the person authorizing the release, right? If there's a release, you can't just put like right mark, right? So when you go for most of the organization, you can see QC guys are putting right mark. You can't just put right mark. You can't trace it back. So either you need to have a proper signature or your name or your number, whatever has to be there, right? Because standard demand that, right? So now people who come in from industry just go back and check who authorized the QC part, final releases, right? So in like some organization they use ERP. So if you are using ERP, there's a one person who upload into the ERP system, and then he can't release it, right? And then only second person uploaded product. If there's a criteria are available, chemical, micro, whatever testings are available, QC approvals are there, then he can release into the market or maybe warehouse, right? So that two-way verifications are there, right? So this is very important, right? So traceable to the person who authorized the release. That's a mandatory requirement, right? And then this is like element number 9, right? Right. So we complete this. Let us go back. Let us go back. Not that far, right? So we complete the element number 4. Context, need and expectation, scope, quality management system. We skip element 5, we skip element 6, we skip element 7. We straight away came to the element 8. Operational planning control, requirement for the product service, customer communication, review of the requirement of the product service, control of external product process product service, production and service provision, identification of traceability, post-delivery activity, control of changes, release of product and service, control of non-conformity output. That I didn't touch, but I will touch with the element 9, and then communication. So these are the key areas we covered. So now we covered 2 elements. Why we covered all of a sudden we jump into the element 8? Because if you covered element 4.4, right, that is a process map, quality management system process, then it should link with your element 8, right? So that which we did that part. So now we are going through the normal process, leadership part. So team, do you have any question up to now? You have any question up to now? All clear? We covered 2 elements, element 4, element 8. Now there's 7 to go. Yeah, so you're good. Right, okay, let's move on. So shall we go, organization team, can we go till 1 o'clock Sri Lankan time and stop for lunch? Organization team is there, right? Personal academy team is there? Yeah. So Hansika is okay, Chamik is okay, right? Okay. As long as you guys okay, like, so we'll take about another 20 minutes, right? And then try to finish the element 5. So then we don't have much work after lunch, but we'll do a lot of case studies after lunch because I know definitely you will have a big lunch and come back. I believe like most of you have already started to eat right now. That's one advantage when you have the internal training, the online training program, right? Except trainer, others can eat. Yeah. So for me, like normally I just on the camera. I prefer anybody wants to on the camera, but then again there will be an issue with the data. So we'll keep it like that. Right. Now element 5, leadership. Right. This is very important. Leadership and commitment. So standard demand that leadership and commitment respect to the quality management system by accountability. So like if something goes wrong, right? So organization most senior people are accountable, right? It's not the operator, Like, you remember, like, there was an incident, the oil spillage incident, that's the environmental issues. That particular organization, most senior people has to be resigned. Like, it's a multinational. Then again, there's a death. So the say factory engineer, factory manager, they are asked to resign because they are not part of the process. Like, but they are accountable, right? So we in Sinhala we call Vagavima. So they are accountable actually. Say for example, now in your home, like, father can be a accountable person for anything, right? And then in university, dean will be accountable for anything, right? So that's accountability. And then top management has to make sure their quality policy has to develop, and then quality objectives has to develop KPIs, which is we are going to do today, right? So and then they need to study the risk-based thinking. Like, when you do a context analysis, you study that part, and then they need to make sure there's a proper resource are there for the quality management system. That is also key, right? And then the organization has to make sure customer, like, focus on the customer, and then you understand the customer requirement and all, and then make sure customer satisfaction. This is very critical. So how many of you are getting the customer satisfaction information? How many of you are getting the customer satisfaction information? I'm like, we have people here. So if you are ISO certified organization or not, you can get the customer satisfaction. So how many, like, what do you think if you analyze customer satisfaction, what do you think that what would be the outcome? What do you think? What do you think about your organization? See, imagine people who from university, like, you are a customer. So if you want to give a feedback about the university, what would be the feedback out of 100? What do you think? So you maybe use the chat. Out of 100, what would be the feedback? Can I give one or two feedbacks? So customer satisfaction. So you are a customer. You are studying at university. So what is the feedback? Maybe people from industry. You can think. What do you think about yourself, about your customers? What do you think? What do you think?
So,
Yeah.
in our university, at the end of each semester, we have to give the feedback forms. It's online
Interesting.
one. We have to fill that one. So I can rate my university over 90 out of 100.
Right. This is viable.
Yeah.
All
Yes,
right.
viable.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. So you over 90, right? So there, like, if you set a target, where you want to go, like, you want to maintain 90 or you want to go for 92, 95, something like that?
Yeah, I know that it's not possible because they are giving such a heavy workload. So that's why we are reducing 10. So I think
10%.
that 10 cannot be adjustable because it's the process. Ne? Sometimes it's not according to the theory as the way we want.
Okay. So you want to maintain at 90. So I'm like, as a university, you are happy with the 90% customer satisfaction.
Yeah, I'm satisfied that with that.
Right. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Right. So what else? What about others? What about others? Can I get one more feedback? Then I'll just explain one case study. Because I think, like, this training program, like, you can read the standard, but when you're getting an external consultant or external trainers, we should elaborate more case studies, so then you can relate it to your industry, right? So sometimes, like, people do customer satisfaction survey just to show it to the auditors. Pointless. You should get benefit out of it. What about, can I get one more feedback about customer satisfaction about in your industry?
Complaints per million.
Okay, Shanika, your customer satisfaction is measured through complaints per millions, right? The millions product per complaint, number of product, right? Is it?
Number of complaints divided by the total units of delivered, and
Okay.
that's
that multiply by the millions, right? Then
Millions.
you get a rate, and then you, if it is a like high rate, you try to reduce it, right? So see this is different mechanism. Some organization they directly contact customers, and then there are some organization your customer is actually not the end users. Say for example, FMCG, fast moving consumer good, right? The customer, they treat customer as a distributors, yeah, not the consumers actually. So they do customer satisfaction using their distributor, and then they do have a separate mechanism to monitor the end user satisfaction level. So those are different organizations use a different mechanism. So, but what you need to do is like when you get a customer information, say customer complaint can be a post-mortem. Yeah, customer complaint can be a post-mortem, but customer satisfaction is not a post-mortem, right? Say for example, if you're not happy with the training program, what you do is like you turn it off and you go off, right? So that's one unsatisfied customer. But if I get a, if I mean, organization team get a feedback from everybody. So what is the feedback? Are you okay with the content? Whatever, like different criteria. So then people will give a kind of feedback. So then when they organize a new training program, next training program, they can use that experience actually to do a kind of a better job. Yeah, so that's one way of doing customer satisfaction, right? So the standard said, okay, we need to maintain customer satisfaction. So if I take one example, like even in our industry, our team members, like consultant and all, most of the time, like we are with the customers. So we do training, we work on the customer. So we don't take calls like while we are on the customers. So during the today's program, I didn't take calls, right? So if somebody try to connect me, he's bit unhappy, right? So then when we do a customer satisfaction survey, we got very good marks, like 90 plus, 95 plus marks. But the call answering, connecting with us is below 40, 45. Why we didn't pick the call. So then what we did was like, as a team, we had a discussion. Why is this? So then everybody said, like, okay, look, we are with the customer, so we can't take calls. Agree. Right. So while I'm doing this training program, I normally don't take calls. And then I prefer not to look at the phones also because that will be a distraction. I can't focus. Right. Then like Vishmi said, like, what are we going to do? Like, are we going to happy with 45 or are we going to change? So we said, no, there must be something to do that. So when we go more analysis, we evaluate within the day, like, say after we complete the training program, after we complete the customer, you are tired. So you postpone your calling back to customer to a next day. Right. So next day would be the same thing. So you never call customer. So then we put a rule and say, okay, look, just whatever after you complete your work, you try to complete whatever the calls are available with you. And then that's one thing, one rule we put within ourselves. And the second thing we ask question, why we are getting so much of calls? Because we are getting so much of calls, there's a planning error, right? Because customer doesn't know like whether we are coming tomorrow or day after. So right now, so then we improve the planning process as well. So then now number of calls are very limited for us, right? Even if there's a limited calls earlier, like there was a 50 odd calls, so you can't call them back. But now hardly you get 3 or 4 calls per day, additional calls, because you upfront communicate with the customer by Friday. So you can use this technique of the ISO requirement for improvement of your organization, not just to get the certificate, right? So this is one area, customer feedback. So you have to do a customer satisfaction in a different way. So your organization need can be different for the organization to organization. Right. Now up to now, you are with me like almost half a day you are with me. So I basically explain the standard requirement and everything. Now I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to explain anything. So this is the requirement of the policy, quality policy. Yeah. I'll give 10 minutes, right? So see, implementer mean like this program name is implementer. So you should be able to read, understand, and then implement. So now I'm going to test that. So this is the requirement for 9001 2015 quality policy implementation. So you read this, and then based on this, I want you to develop quality policy, maybe for your organization, maybe for your university, and otherwise, if you don't want to do anything, you can develop quality policy for your home. Yeah, you got my point, right? You have to run through. I'm not explaining this. You read this, understand requirement, and then based on this, develop a quality policy covering ISO 9001 2015 requirement to your organization. It can be your home, university, or the organization you are working on right now. You got my point? Team, are you clear? Team, clear? Okay. Shamika, clear?
Yes,
Kamini,
sir.
Kamini, Chaitya Raj Karuna, you clear? Shamida, good? Risma, right? Chaitya, good? Simani, good? Senthil, Senthil Kumaran, you are good? Right? Viranga, good? Senthil, good? Akasha, you're good? Ramini, okay? Umasha, you're good? Right. Okay. I think like we are all clear. So I'll give 5 minutes. I'll give 5 minutes. So we'll see who's doing. So you can use WhatsApp. You can use the chat both. You can use WhatsApp, chat, both you can use. Yeah. Tim, I'm not getting any feedback. Is it difficult? Are you done? Is it difficult task? So this is implement a program, right? So you should be able to read and understand. So is it difficult? You're good? So only the time has passed. That's why I want to check. You're done? I didn't get any feedback. Okay, so Chamudeep, so I think like Chamudeep, maybe you can name the organization. You can say XYZ organization, whatever. Provide training, professional development, and opportunity for growth to achieve personal and institutional goal at university. Okay, fine. Okay, so right. Okay, I got another feedback. Our organization is committed to establish. Maybe you can, Chamaki, you can name the name like X organization, XYZ, whatever. If you don't want to name it, committed to establish, implement, and maintain quality policy that align with our purpose and strategic direction, providing framework for setting quality objectives, and ensure compliance and applicable requirement while promoting continual improvement of the quality management system. This policy is documented, communicated, applicable framework for setting quality objectives, ensuring compliance applicable requirement while promoting continual improvement. Okay, superb. This policy is where is this? Throughout the organization made available to okay. Chaturika said maintain strict quality control at every stage of the product, comply with relevant statutory regulatory food safety requirement, continuously improving our process, technology and skills, empowering employee through training and engagement of uphold quality of their product, building sustainability practice and respect environment community. At X, we decided to deliver safe, effective, high quality pharmaceutical product. We achieve excellence by complying with the regulatory meeting customer expectation, continually improving our process, fostering a culture where quality understand applied by everyone in organization. Okay, so I got four. Okay, I got five. At University of A, we are committed to provide high quality education, research, and service that meet the need of student and stakeholder aim. Asset achieve clear quality objectives was reaching. Very nice. Meet all applicable requirements, ensuring transparency and accountable operation. Continuously improve our quality management system, enhancing education. Very good, very good. Ensure everyone understand and apply this policy by ensuring that all required and understand, apply. Will document, communicate. Okay. And then Darsha for house align of our daily activity with family values and goals. Interesting, Darsha. Thank you. Provide structure for setting and achieving shared objectives such as cleanliness, safety, and budgeting. Comply with agreed household rules and responsibility. Continuously improve our home environment through open communication, feedback, and collaboration. Interesting, interesting. So our DC manufacturing company is committed to implement, maintain quality management system according to should consist delivery of safe, high quality decision coconut product that meet customer and regulatory requirement, establish quality objectives, align with our strategic direction and customer expectation, comply with all applicable legal customer requirement, provide for continual improvement quality management system and operation, ensure effective communication, involve our employees, foster, maintain open communication, shall provide. All right, that's nice. See, team, like most of you are almost there. See, when you do this quality policy, some policies doesn't indicate like when you read the policy, we should understand. Okay, I'm talking about chemical manufacturing company who focusing on the construction industry. I'm talking about DC. So there are areas you can see like university policy, the DC policy, like it will indicate say this part appropriate to the purpose and context of the organization strategic direction. So that when you read the policy, it should indicate. And then setting quality objectives. I think like you have one policy. I think the university part, right? Result, university, right? Set achieve clear quality objective, meet all applicable requirement, continuous improve. So this, like, most of you have covered. So when you said, and then this one, uh, Anjana. So DC part, establish quality objective, comply with legal requirement, provide framework for quality objective. So, like, what are the quality objectives? So at quality assurance, top management shall ensure quality. So this is a new one, right? Include commitment to satisfy. So your quality objective, like, what is the customer satisfaction level, like, what is the on time delivery level. So those things you can include in your quality policy. And then the movement, I think, like, you, most of you captured this movement standard set include, it should be there, right, in your policy. Include commitment to satisfy applicable requirement. That is should be there. So some policies are not there, but you just make sure. So the moment standard set, it should be there. You have to include, and then include commitment to continual improvement of the quality management system. So these two words has to be there, right? So these two words has to be there. I believe you got my point. And then say 522, communicate the quality policy. Quality policy shall be available, maintained. And then this again, yellow color. Communicate understood, right? Within your organization, people should know about quality policy, because if auditors ask, what is your quality policy, if somebody can't answer the quality policy requirement, then that will be like, kind of a close violation, right? Because it's a mandatory requirement. So I think, like, you're almost there. So now, 12:35. How long you need for a lunch? Sorry, 12, 1:05, right? Sri Lankan time is 1:05. I'm sorry. You may be wondering, like, is 1:05, right? Team is 1:05, right? Time is? Team
Yes, sir.
is, okay. So you need 45 minutes or 30 minutes? 30 minutes is enough, right? Just to have a quick lunch? You okay with 30 minutes? Yeah. So we'll be back by 1:35. Yeah. Right. Great. So 35 minutes, 1:35 we'll be back. 1:35 sharp, we'll start the program. Yeah. Thank you.